you are consenting to appearing in the recording and broadcast, which may also be used for training purposes. Anyone else recording or filming from within the room must not obstruct the view of councillors, officers, the public and press, and that flash photography must not be used unless this has been agreed beforehand. Now, before I read the Nolan Principles, it is our custom to read the Nolan Principles, but I would like to give a particular message of encouragement to all of our newly elected councillors. Please bear in mind that I am only 18 months ahead of you, so my experience is much nearer to yours than to that of the more senior and long-serving members here. It can be daunting to speak in this chamber, but I want to assure you that your voice is valued here as much as anyone else's. So please let me hear it and don't be afraid to speak. When we can all express our views freely, then democracy is better served. Being new is not a disadvantage. In fact, it is quite the opposite. We need your fresh eyes, fresh energy and fresh perspective to deal with issues in the here and now. Experience from 30 years ago is not always helpful or relevant to today's Gloucester. Those who elected you have great faith in you, and so do I. I ask that we are respectful to one another in debate during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind fellow councillors to have regard to the 7 principles of public life, also referred to as the Nolan Principles, which are also set out in the Council's adopted Code of Conduct. And these are: 1, selflessness; 2, integrity; 3, objectivity; 4, accountability; 5, openness; 6, honesty; 7, leadership. So now we move on to apologies. We have had apologies received from councillors Courtney and Millard. Are there any other apologies to be recorded? Don't see any hands up, So now moving on to item 2, minutes. So can we approve as a correct record the minutes of the meeting held on the 19th of September 2024? Thank you. Hands going up, so thank you very much. Thank you. Just on there. Okay, thank you very much. So item 3, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? No? Again, can't see any hands going up. Okay, so item 4, call over. I will read out the agenda item that is available to be reserved for discussion this evening. If you wish to reserve this item for discussion, please indicate by raising your hand. Item 9, constitutional changes. Councillor Chambers. Okay. Item 10, interim review of polling districts and polling places. No. Item 11, designation of interim chief finance officer, the S151 officer. And item 12, Gambling Act 2005, revised statement of principles. Okay. So just item 9?
Just item 9.
Okay. So item 9 has been reserved for discussion. I now call upon the Leader of the Council to move a motion to ask Council to approve the recommendations of those reports that have not been reserved for discussion. Councillor Hilton.
I move as you indicated.
Thank you.
Second.
And a seconder for that? Councillor Wilson, thank you very much. Council is asked to resolve that the recommendations of those reports which have not been reserved for discussion be approved.
Is that agreed?
Is that agreed by everyone? Thank you.
Okay.
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 Right. So we now move on to public question time. Questions from members of the public and responses from Cabinet members have been published and circulated in advance, and those questions and answers will be taken as read. I will now invite those who submitted questions to ask one related supplementary question. I would ask members of the public to proceed directly to the question, which will be answered without discussion, after which members of the public should return to their seat unless they have more than one question on the schedule. We have 15 minutes to get through as many supplementary questions as possible.
This one's John Chilcott.
So our first question tonight comes from John Chilcott, please, to the Cabinet Member for Housing.
He's not here, so we move.
Oh, he's not here? Okay.
He also asked the second question, so
So we move on now.
he's asked to read first.
Okay. So our next question, I believe we go to question 3 now, from Reg Daldry to the Deputy Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Resources. And I gather that this question will be delivered by Oliver Ryder, please. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. Yes, please do. And just press the button to for your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Oliver Ryder of Zesta Planning Limited, and I act on behalf of my client, Mr Daldry, who posed the original questions 3 and 4 on the papers in respect of the Gloucester car boot market at Netheridge Farm. I'm instructed to pose a further supplemental question following the written response in your papers. I will get to that question as quickly as I can, but there's a little bit of context, if I may, just to get to that question. Whilst we're grateful for the response provided on behalf of the Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Resources, we would respectfully point out that the answer given does not appear to be 100% accurate. The response seemingly assumes that our original question, which referred to the plan showing space for 1,000 parking spaces, was part of an earlier outline planning application that was not implemented. It infers that a further planning permission was then granted and implemented, which was not subject to the same terms. Whilst it's true that the site did benefit from an earlier non-implemented outline consent, the permission that we've referenced in our question is in fact the subsequent 2007 permission, i.e. the implemented consent. The respondent refers to the permission including other wider uses on site, but this only includes a small area for caravanning and camping. For the avoidance of doubt, the permission did not include the Sea Cadets site. The 2007 permission does explicitly require the delivery of 1,000 car parking spaces for the car boot and market, and that's an absolute requirement, not a maximum. The Planning Officer's report dated May 2007 refers to the 1,000 spaces and makes clear that that was what the transport assessment was based upon, and therefore the Council based its planning judgment on it. More importantly, Condition 23 of the implemented consent requires the car boot and market to be run in accordance with the requirements of the submitted travel plan. The submitted travel plan explicitly states that 1,000 car parking spaces will be provided, not up to 1,000 spaces or a maximum of, but an actual requirement for 1,000 spaces to be provided. I have copies of the planning permission and the travel plan on me if it would assist. It's therefore a matter of fact that in order to comply with the 2007 permission for the Carboon Market, 1,000 car parking spaces are required, not the 175 spaces that are currently being suggested in the licence renewal. My supplemental question is, will the council ensure that whatever lease they offer for the running of the Carboon Market going forward, ensure that it accords with the strict terms of the planning permission the council granted itself in 2007, as that does not appear to be the case at present? Respectfully, I'd suggest that the council would find itself in a rather embarrassing and untenable position if it were to grant a licence that both fails to accord with the terms of the original planning permission and which would undoubtedly cause substantial highway safety and traffic congestion issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ryder. So I call upon Councillor Wilson to respond.
Thank you for your question. That was quite a long statement and it's actually very technical in nature. So what I'm going to offer here is that I think we need to supply you with a written response because it's too complex for me to give a detailed outline now. And I think I'll need to speak to our planning people. So we will provide you with a written response as soon as we can.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mr Daldry, do you wish to ask the second question? Would Mr Ryder like to read that one?
It is the question originally I read on paper, so we've got nothing further to add.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Ryder. Thank you. And Mr Daldry. So that brings the public questions to an end, and we are now moving on to petitions and deputations. We have been notified of 3 petitions. The person presenting the petition has 3 minutes to introduce the petition, including stating how many signatures it has. I will then call on the relevant cabinet member to respond. So the first one is Councillor Alistair Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to present the residents of Bainbury Road's petition on the flooding that they receive, unfortunately, to their properties every year. So I'll start that. I'll read out their presentation, then my take on it afterwards. The residents of Bainbury Road face constant anxiety with every rainfall. Each storm turns our roads into rivers and endangers our properties. With the increasing frequency of extreme weather events due to climate change, the recurring issue of flooding is a pressing problem. Efficient drainage systems are not just a want, but are necessary for our community. Floods not only harm our property, but affect our emotional well-being. According to the Centres for Disease Control and Prevention, floods are among the most common and widespread natural disasters, resulting in physical and emotional stress for all those affected. We have to live without this fear, and we're living with this fear purely for the fact of inadequate drainage and associate things in Bainbury Road, which I'll lead on to in a minute. It's time to take preventative measures and improve the living standards in our neighbourhood. We urge the relevant local authorities to consider implementing efficient drainage systems and infrastructure that can adequately handle the rainfall and prevent any future flooding on Bainbury Road. Please support our cause. So, the last minute, I'd just like to say I personally witnessed these floods and it's absolutely shocking. And these residents here today are all from Bainbury Road. And it's appalling that a road on Robinswood Hill with one of the steepest gradients in our city floods. And I can categorically say it floods because of the poor actions of this council as a result of not cleaning the roads adequately and sweeping, which is a city council requirement. We are not talking about drainage systems as in blocking. We're talking about the reasons why they block. And in an answer here today from a cabinet member, they say that the drains at Bainbury Road and the roads get swept every 2 weeks. So I'll ask a question, is that such a thing? Have you seen any every 2 weeks you've seen a lorry drive by? Have you seen when you, no. There you go. This council puts that information to the public, which is not correct, and is unfortunately requires 20 plus residents to bring this forward. It's been signed by 268 residents. And what was terrible was meeting one of these elderly residents here, bailing out water in their home with buckets, while the home she's loved and saved up with living her retirement in is flooded purely for the fact this council has failed and it's failing in every way. And I ask you as councillors to support this petition, make sure the roads actually do get swept, and please give a road sweeping schedule. We've asked for one, Cabinet Member for Environment's refused. You need to send one out, because if roads are on the road, cars are on the road, how can you sweep the roads? It's not possible. So get that out, give these people a chance to live in their homes in a dry and safe, secure place, and please stop letting these people down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. And I would ask the Cabinet Member for Environment to respond. Thank you, Councillor Field.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Chambers for bringing this petition. And obviously, I'm very concerned to hear about the plight of these residents. It's worth saying that the flooding mechanism at this location is very complex. It's not just as simple as saying that the road is not swept often enough. And as you referred to yourself, Councillor Chambers, in a later answer in this meeting, I've actually stated that Yubico do sweep the streets every 2 weeks, and that is fact. And Madam Mayor,
We do need to listen to Councillor Field, and we need some quiet at the back. So sorry about that. Thank you.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I think probably in the interest of getting through this, I'll probably provide a written response to this. I think it would be more constructive.
Okay, this is. I'm afraid not. No, not from. I'm very sorry. It's not a public debate.
May I
We
present the
need
other
to move
two
on now.
petitions, Madam Mayor? We've just to know we've got a motion later about this natural thing, so it's going to get discussed later in debate. Okay.
I'm very sorry. We do need to move on then to our next petition, again from Councillor Chambers. So your time starts now. Thank you.
As a lifelong resident of Gloucester City, I bear the personal witness of unsettling rising criminal activity. All the best. Don't worry, we're trying to find out for you later today, okay? All right, thank you. Cheers. As a lifelong resident of Gloucester City, I bear the personal witness of the unsettling rising criminal activities, as well as homeless on our streets. Every day, we hear of distressing stories of sexual assault, crimes, vandalism, and our children's playgrounds and theft. These incidents have created an atmosphere of fear, anxiety, particularly for families and children being raised in the area. The answer is in our hands. Our city needs to reinstate an effective public surveillance system by amplifying CCTV operations around the city. We're not just reacting to crime, but also helping those vulnerable people that live on our streets rough sleeping. The other day, there was a notification that one of the homeless residents that's rough sleeping had their tent set on fire. As a result, they suffered burns, and that was, how long was that? A few weeks ago?
Yeah, not long ago, yeah.
So we actually went out and we witnessed 22 residents sleeping rough. Unfortunately, one of them was in St Oswald's Park. There were 2 tents there. And these rough sleepers aren't safe, they're not secure. We went with police officers that evening that said that they are really, really in a dangerous predicament, especially over the 3 nights we went over. It was -2, -3, and at -2 the other night, which felt like a -4. Why are these people being left in literally environments that are minus conditions and freezing and not safe and secure with CCTV? They need to be protected. They are people too. And I call on this council to please protect the most vulnerable while you're sleeping in your warm homes with your hot water bottle and your heated blanket. How about think about these people that have literally got nothing more than a cardboard box protecting them for the bitter freezing chill? You know, it's absolutely appalling. We all sit here in this warm thing, and literally over there, there's somebody suffering a freezing, terrible environment. Homeless, rough sleeping numbers since last administration have doubled. What is going on? We need CCTV to protect these people on our streets, and we need to look at the reasons why there's more rough sleepers in our city suffering criminal sexual assaults fortnightly as a result of no CCTV and no care for the most vulnerable in our city. So I beg this council to not just worry about CCTV at their homes and their Ring doorbells and CCTV that they can afford the luxury of, but how about implementing some CCTV to protect those that are living at this moment, tonight, in a doorway, sleeping rough, with nothing more than a cardboard box protecting them from the winter elements. And I wish to God that no one in this chamber ever has to go through that, because it's probably one of the most distressing, harmful and hurtful things. So please, 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 I'm more than happy if you'd like to come out with Brendan and I and help talk to these people and see if we can protect them and safeguard them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. I call upon Councillor Trimnell to respond, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Chambers, for your petition. It's kind of, you've got two really high pressured issues that you're talking about. The petition was looking at CCTV, so let me just touch on that. There's advantages and disadvantages of surveillance cameras anywhere, and there's actual a lot of regulations, a lot of complexities when it comes to CCTV. I'm not saying that as a no, because what we can do is we could put hundreds and thousands of CCTV cameras all over the city, but the issue is who monitors those CCTV cameras. And then we have to look at the police and all that kind of thing. So what I can do, thanks for your petition, I take that on board. What I want to do, first of all, though, is see exactly where we have CCTV at the moment, because I know we do have it. And so I want to get a better understanding of myself on not just where the CCTV is, but also regulations in terms of using it. I know with sort of privacy and that kind of thing, we do have to take on board. I could go on about the homeless issue, but I think this is a separate issue looking at CCTV, so I don't want to just waste all your time now and start going on about that, which we do know is an important issue as well. Is that okay, Councillor Chambers?
Thank you very much for the detailed answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Chambers, could we have your third petition now, please?
Don't worry, I'll speak very quickly on this because I believe the very, very late missing audited accounts are due to be released very shortly. 2022 to 2023 are going to be issued a couple of years late, but we should be getting them apparently in a few weeks' time. I think they're waited to be audited, so better late than never. But we've got to be, we've got to be transparent with the accounts. We've got to get them on time. We've got to be issuing them appropriately. It's not our money; it's taxpayers' money, and as a result, we have to be transparent with that. We talk about the Nolan principles about transparency and accountability. This council's failing on the two. And really, everything this council's funded on, the costs here we are today, is on public money, and we need to be letting them know how much we spend. And I think it's really, really important, and I think we should all do our best to let the council taxpayers have a trust in the council, confidence, and be shown that governance and responsibility is the way of the council. And yeah, that's it really. But, yeah, better late than never.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers, and I call upon Councillor Wilson to respond. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that, Councillor Chambers. I agree with every word. This was a situation that wasn't ideal, that we inherited it, and we are working through it. Where we are at the minute is the 22-23 draft accounts have been published, and we're now working on the 23-24. The auditors are in, and they're also asking questions about 23-24. I have set my team the target, and when our corporate plan comes before this council in January, you will see that we have in the corporate plan that by the time we get to the end of this year and into next year, I want everything back on the statutory limits. I will not tolerate any late accounts from this point on. We inherited a situation that we didn't want to do. We are getting through it, and we are getting there. But it's not something you can solve overnight. But what you say is entirely correct. It is not acceptable these days for any large organisation to have overdue statutory accounts, and I want to make sure that once we get back on track, we will stay on track. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So we're now going to move on to announcements, and a great deal has happened in November. Early in the month, we had the honour of welcoming the Mayor of Paju and a large delegation from South Korea. Both my uncle and my father-in-law served in the Korean War, so I felt really privileged on a personal level to be involved in the events at Imjin Barracks and here in the Civic Suite, where we signed a special sister city agreement. The bond between our two cities and nations was forged out of an awful conflict, but has become an enduring and unique friendship. I urge anyone who is not familiar with this history to find out more. It is a powerful and compelling chapter of Gloucester's story. I would also like to thank all those involved with the remembrance services and the Lantern Parade. Feedback has been very positive, and I really appreciate all the kind comments from those who attended. And lastly, I'd like to announce our civic event, which will be held on Saturday, the 11th of January, at St Barnabas Hall in Tuffley at 6:30 p.m. It's a production of Murder Most Wild, presented by Rain or Shine Theatre Company, who are based in Longlevens. Tickets will be £25, which includes a play, a ploughman's and a Prosecco. And all proceeds will go to our civic charities, Alzheimer's Society, Sue Ryder, Leckhampton and Teckles Animal Shelter. Many thanks. So now I hand over to any announcements from the Leader of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to take the opportunity to publicly thank Greg Moore for his services to Gloucester City Council. I must say, I'm sorry to see him take early retirement because of ill health. We all benefited from his sound advice, particularly his financial advice. I do wish Greg and his family well in the future. And if members are happy, I'd like to have a letter drafted to him from all members of the council, on behalf of all members of the council, to thank him for his service and wish him the best in future. Then the other one, I just wanted to say that members will be aware, but I thought I'd ought to announce it, that we have finally been awarded the £11 million for the Greyfriars development. The previous government announced it in 2023, and then just before the general election, it was supposed to be firmed up. And then when we contacted civil servants, they said we can't make a decision, and we know it was then delayed until the Chancellor set her new budget. And can I say that I did speak to the current MP for Gloucester, Alex McIntyre, and asked him if he could help. And he's told me that he did manage to catch hold of ministers and ask them to support the scheme. We're now in the process of getting a project manager in place to progress it. There is a very time scale in delivering the Greyfriars project. And we're going to keep the City MP informed about that. And of course, we're also waiting for the new header place to start in December, which will really help push the project forward. You know that it's going to have a new indoor market. The Priory will get a cover. And I know the city archaeologist is very keen because it protects those, so it's an outdoor dining space. We're going to create apartments in the main building there, managed apartments for people that come to see us, and also the landscaping around the Greyfriars and Eastgate shopping centre. And so the indoor market will be moved as well, and the old market hall will become a community space, an indoor community space. It's a big project. We hope we can get it done in time. We're going to be working to do that. But first of all, I'd just like to thank the City MP for supporting this council and achieving where we got to so far. But it's the start of the project. Remember that. And we'll try and keep you informed.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Do we have any announcements from members of the Cabinet, please? Oh, Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got two announcements to make, and the first one I hope will be quite popular. And it's we are pleased to announce that the Council's postal address is moving back to the city centre from the current Pershaw-based PO Box address. Starting from the 1st of December, our new postal address will be located at the new appointment centre in Eastgate Shopping Centre. From this date, all posts will be processed internally by the Council's business support team, ensuring that residents' mail is handled in a timely manner. This move not only saves costs, but also improves efficiencies and unlocks future transformation opportunities. To ensure that all mail reaches us during this transition, there will be a redirect on the Pershore address for at least 6 months. So that's number one. Number two may not be quite so popular, but it's very important. And the headline is cyber training. So I can hear the groans already. But if you bear with me, we're asking all councillors to complete some cyber and data training. This training is essential for understanding your responsibilities as data controllers under the Data Protection Act and ensure the protection of your digital presence. The training will be conducted through the Matsobo GDPR and cybersecurity modules. No, me neither. Even if you have done similar, apparently it's quite good actually. Even if you have done similar training in the past, we are asking everyone to complete this updated training. An email with detailed instructions how to register and access the training will be sent out tomorrow. Support will be available from the IT team for anyone who needs it. So that's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Are there any more announcements? Councillor Trimnell, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was pleased to see that the severe weather emergency protocol was activated in Gloucester on Tuesday due to the severe weather. And this will be in place right through until the weekend. I want to thank Councillor Chambers and Councillor O'Donnell for going out Tuesday night. I had a message sent to me from Alistair, who was out and about doing his count and just being sort of proactive, really. We all have a role to play. And so, you know, if you see someone sleeping rough, we can all help by contacting and connecting with services through StreetLink. And this will enable local outreach teams to go out and make contact with the individual in order to connect them with support and accommodation. Of course, though, it is their choice whether they will accept that help or not. And it's something that we cannot, of course, force upon them because they have that right to refuse. But I have spoken to my colleague cabinet member, Councillor Luke Jervey, and we would be happy to undertake that with you guys at some point and to go out and then maybe possibly for each individual we can then engage with and connect as well. I think that's the only way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. Are there any other announcements from members of the Cabinet, please? Excuse me. Are there any announcements from chairs of committees? No, okay. Head of paid service?
No, there are none.
No, okay. In that case, I'd like to hand over to Madam Sheriff, who will, excuse me, give you an update on the fundraising for the Assizes of Ale. Thank you, Madam Sheriff.
Which Lee just said about the money we have. But we've got to remember, Council, it was all of you, previous MP as well. And you're lucky you came in at the last minute to sign the paperwork. But without you people here, that wouldn't have happened. So I just want to say that, and it's really good. And especially with the rough sleepers, we used to always go out every 3 months checking the rough sleepers. And well done for that. But I'll get on to my sheriff's announcement because sometimes the sheriff is not recognised as it should be. And we're losing sheriffs all over the country now. And our main one, Nottingham, he's gone. And also, I think Southampton now. So we're dwindling. So hopefully this council will proceed and keep in a sheriff. We do need a sheriff, and I know it's a lot of expense now, like the civic office, etc. Needs, you know, a lot of funding as such because the funding's not there. And would it be used on better things? I don't think so, in a way, because you need a mayor of the city to follow on and go out and spread the gospel, as one would say, what happens in the council, etc. And the sheriff's there, which is the oldest office, and we need to keep it. But I know there's a lot of expense and everything like that. So in your own time, think about it and see what you want to do. But on a better note, I'd just like to say we have the Sheriff's Ale and the size of L, yeah, and which was started back in 2022. So I just put something together, right. I am the 894 Sheriff, but not this city. I'm not that age yet, but. And the Sheriff's Sizewell dates back to medieval times, when the sheriff was responsible for ensuring the ale on the sale in the city was credible quality and raised funds for the civic charities. This year, as was said by the Mayor earlier on, our charity is Alzheimer's Society, Two Riders, and our Dear Animals Tackles. And I'm sure it's a good diversity of fundraising to spread out. The sheriff, together with an army of followers dressed in medieval clothing, toured the pubs in the city historic core, collecting cash for charity and carrying out a slight bizarre ritual involving a wooden stool. Someone dressed in leather breeches and an egg timer. The sheriff has an ale Connor, whose job is to sit on the wooden stool, and a tiny amount of beer is poured onto the stool. And the pouring on and wearing the leather breeches, it's there, he sits for 3 minutes. The trousers stick to the stool, the ale does not pass the test. So, controversy, if the ale Connor can move freely at the end of 3 minutes, it does pass the test. The tradition was introduced in 2003 by former council leader Paul James during the year as Sheriff of Gloucester and myself as Mayor. And it's taken place each year since, other than a 2-year gap, obviously for COVID, etc. And also, up to this moment, raised £20,000 for charity. Paul continues to organise events with the town crier Alan Myatt and with a group of local characters taking part. And I just want to say thank you to the ones who took part this again. Well, obviously, Paul James, Matt Cass, Mari Smith, Alan Myatt, Jim Higgins, Councillor Andy Lewis, and Louise Water, John Eales, and Valerie Griffith, and our always faithful ones, Joanna and David Brown. They always seem to turn up at everything. I don't know if it's because they want a free pint or whatever, but they are good. They are good in raising charities. Don't worry, I'm coming to then. And obviously myself and Justin, and we toured the pubs. Because this city had 14 pubs from the Westgate Bridge to the city centre. But they're gone. This city was full of ale houses, what were markets and ale houses. But I wanted to bring this to light, just to say, I think, raise the profile of sheriffs. And we got another one, which we were refused going back in the docks, but we're going back out now. What date is it? When? The brewery, yeah. There's a comedy night, so they've invited us back, and I will sit down. They're inviting us back to raise money. Don't know why it's on the comedy night, but I'll leave that to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Sheriff. And did you tell us the actual amount that was raised, please?
Oh, yeah. You want to put a bucket out now to make it to 900.
Thank you, Madam Sheriff. That's a really wonderful amount.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for your involvement in it and everyone else who contributed to that. Marvellous. Wonderful. So moving on now, we are going to members' question time. Questions from members and responses from Cabinet members have been published and circulated in advance. Those questions and answers will be taken as read. Supplementary questions should be put and answered without discussion, noting that we have 45 minutes to get through as many supplementary questions as possible. And our first question is from Councillor Pullen to the Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Regeneration. So Councillor Pullen, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could I first associate myself and the Labour Group with the comments from the Leader of the Council? We're saddened to hear about Greg Ball's deteriorating health. He will be a sad loss to the Council. Greg is incredibly well versed in local government and particularly in the mysterious and complex issues around local government finance. I'm not an accountant, but Greg had a great knack of being able to explain the complexities of local government to people like me, and we will miss him. So thank you, and we really support the letter that is going to go to Greg. Thank you. Yes, right. Sorry. Right. I'm used to sitting down once I've spoken, so here we go. Right, okay. My first question is to the Leader of the Council, and it concerns the airport. And at the last full council, he said he fully understood the implications for business and he would carry out a robust consultation. And I asked him how the consultation was going. I have to say, Councillor Hilton, you really haven't answered that aspect of the question. In addition to our request for a full economic impact assessment, can I ask you again, will you ensure that you consult with the businesses at the airport, and in particular, businesses like the pilot training school, like the company providing aircraft handling and maintenance, and all of those businesses that are on the industrial park at the airport? Thank you.
Councillor Hilton to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Terry. Of course, the main objective of the administration is if the airport is sold, we recommend it, that decision will be made by full council. So we'd hope to be able to provide all the members of this council with absolutely as much information as possible so that you and we can collectively make a decision whether we accept the tender that Savills proposed that we should award to that organisational company. At the moment, we're waiting for all the companies that are interested in the airport to do their visits to Gloucestershire Airport. And we think that might be done by the end of December. And then into the new year, we're expecting the shareholders will receive a report or some advice on the shortlist of companies that are being interested in. Now, we make it quite clear that it's just not about the price that's offered for the airport. It's also about the business plan for the future, and it's about the investment plan that they intend to place at the airport to drive forward the aviation-based businesses that are already there. But if it's a really successful bid, it will not only do that, it will bring in new companies who will be interested in operating out or using Gloucestershire Airport. So that's the priority. We know there were 8 non-disclosure agreements signed between the shareholders and those businesses that are interested in bidding. And so we can't really consult any wider until we know what the best plan is and whether it's acceptable. And we've got to make sure that we're sure it's acceptable. And hopefully it will be. I did have a meeting this week with the managing director and also the chairman of the board and said, you know, that when we get the time right, we need to consult not only with those businesses that are already there, but also the inquiries they're getting at the moment. And, you know, will this change in the airport or this investment plan encourage you to base your operations at Gloucestershire Airport rather than another airport? So it's all got to be done so that it is the future we're securing for Gloucestershire Airport. There is no intention of this administration to recommend to this council that we should just take the highest price and forget the airport. We want to make sure that the business plan that the airport has got, that the people are following it, and 2, that there's the investment, and 3, that they have the capital to actually carry out that investment, not a promise that they will do it. We need to make sure, and I gather some of the due diligence is being done now by Savills, is filtering out those who are interested and those who may be just looking in to find out what's going on, not serious buyers. But rest assured, we'll go through that process. But at the moment, we're just waiting for the marketing documents have gone out. Anybody that's operating at the airport can see those marketing documents. They're able to get those. And we will then do it. We know that the delay in putting it up for sale has given officers a lot more time to fill the data room. So they're confident that they provided a lot more robust information and data to any potential buyer. But of course, they've got to sign a non-disclosure agreement to look at it, and we've got to respect that non-disclosure agreement and not start talking about what potential deals are on offer until we've actually got to the end of that process. And we should be getting to a point where we're starting to make some decisions in the first quarter of the new year. But it might take longer than that. You know, we're not hurrying. I'm not in any hurry to sell the airport. What I want to make sure is the best deal is done, and that Gloucestershire Airport thrives. Thrives and it thrives for years and years to come.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. And moving on to the next question, also from Councillor Pullen to the Cabinet Member for Housing, please. Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I asked the Cabinet Member for Housing how he intended to implement the new government policy to make sure that every veteran has a roof over their head. And I have to say I'm very happy to hear that the administration will be implementing the government policy. So thank you for that. In terms of the point that you raised around veterans being on gold band in the housing home seeker system, you're absolutely correct in that as well. However, veterans are only on gold band for 6 months. And with the greatest respect, knowing how many people are on gold band, that ain't long enough. Because at 6 months, they then come off of gold band. So could I ask him that he make sure that veterans remain in the gold band category until they are found a home? Thank you.
Councillor Shervey to respond, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. So the way the home seeker policy works is it's a time limited banding. Yes, it is 6 months. The reality of the sort of practical ways it works is they are on it until they would get housed, whether it's 6 months or a bit longer. So it's not a cut-off because they still have a housing need. So if they've still got that priority, it will not be a cliff edge. They don't drop down to no banding at all. So it is ongoing. There is also currently a review into the Home Seeker Plus policy, which started in the spring. So that's a perfect opportunity to strengthen that up and maybe look into those time-limited bans. So I will ask officers to look at that.
Thank you, Councillor Shervey. So we're moving on now to the next question. It's from this one here. So Councillor Alistair Chambers to the Deputy Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Resources.
Thank
Councillor
you, Madam
Chambers, thank
Mayor.
you.
From the Independent Party, we wish the best to Greg, and we're thankful for the great work he did while he's in the council. My questions in response to the answer provided from the Cabinet Member for Resources. The Cabinet Member advised that borrowing is expected to be from the PWLB government lending facility with regards to the £8 million that's going to be invested into GL1. So my question to that is the Public Works Loan Board, PWLB, interest rates at the moment are expected at 5.4% currently over a 1.5-year borrowing rate. So do you think it makes sense for this council to borrow 8 million at 5.4% at current PWRB rates, when the 20 million the City Council uses to invest was achieving less than 5% in its final, in the financial report issued at the last council, the council before? So what I'm trying to say is you've got 20 million there you're investing and you're getting less than 5%, but you're then borrowing 8 million and you're paying 5.4%. It's like the figures don't stack up. What's going on?
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Wilson to respond, please.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers, for that question. The simple answer is that, by and large, Public Works Loan Board, which is really, it's to all intents and purposes, it's Treasury, their rates are always more competitive than any third-party rates. I accept what you're saying at the minute, but in line with our Treasury management strategy, which is approved by this council, we will look around and we will make sure that we get best value for the council and the local taxpayer. By and large, it's always with the PWLB because that is the one that beats them all. However, if that, on a very rare occasion, that's not the case, we will obviously look at it. But we will make sure it doesn't. Nothing's ever 100%, and we will make sure that we always ensure that we get value for money, irrespective of who the lender is. But although we do have a policy that restricts us to only go to certain types of lenders, and we want security, etc. Almost certainly it will ultimately be the Public Works Loan Board, and we do. If you read the Treasury Management, the latest Treasury Management report, which will be published next month, you will see there's predictions on what we expect Public Works Loan Board interest rates to be moving forward. So, but we will take that into account. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So we move now to question 4, also from Councillor Chambers to the Deputy Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if members here can recall, there's financial paper passed through Council, and Independents called it in, with regards to what banks the Council invested in with the £20 million. Initially, that request was turned down by the Liberals, however, went to full debate and we had a unanimous request to find out what banks the money was invested in. And we're given answers as 2 of them being Aberdeen Standard MMF and also Goldman Sachs. So I did a check on them, and your answer says that the Council are committed to ethical banking. However, recently, Aberdeen Standard, have been found, this is a question. So do you think the Council do ethical banking investments when Aberdeen Standard have been investing in tobacco and extraction companies? They've also been caught investing in Boohoo, which has just been done for modern day slavery. It's under investigation for slavery in its supply chain. Aberdeen asset managers have also been fined 7.2 million for failing to protect client money. So is our council's money being safe? And also St James Place Ethical Funding withdrew £286 million worth of funding in Aberdeen MMF. They pulled the money back because that was their ethical fund, and they said they couldn't bank with them because they're not ethical. They've also been investing in fracking mineral extraction, and Goldman Sachs have been fined 96.6 million by the FCA for bribery, misconduct charges with regards to the Malaysian state-owned company. I've got references and articles from this from credible sources. So on that basis, do you think it's ethical for the City Council to be investing in modern-day slavery, tobacco, mineral extraction, fracking, and bribery and misconduct? Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that, Councillor Chambers. As a response to the last debate that we had in Council, when you look at the next Treasury Management account, we've added an Appendix 3, and this details the amounts that we have on deposit on invested in various banks, and it does it by bank and investment company. So if I look at September the 24th, look at Goldman Sachs, who you've just mentioned. At the end of September, which was the last quarter, we had 0 with Goldman Sachs. Aberdeen Standard is here at the end of quarter 2. Again, we had 0 with Aberdeen Standard. I can say that we had 1.5 million in Barclays deposit. We had 2 million in JP Morgan. but the bulk of our money was with the CCLA, which stands for Churches, Charities and Local Government. It's a charity fund manager. They work with charities, religious organisations and public sector bodies. And I think they've got strong links with the Church of England. So that is where the overwhelming bulk of our money is invested. So as things stand at the end of the last quarter, we had 0 in Goldman Sachs and we had 0 in Aberdeen Standard. I will look into what you've been saying, the particular banks. But I think the sad thing is that irrespective, you can literally pick, let's face it, you can pick on any bank and you will find something there somewhere. And that's the problem with the industry as such. There are very few banks you could regard as 100% clean, sadly, in the sense that there will always be investments, there will always people will do business with them who would be ethically not what we would be something that we would approve of. So if you were to eliminate and not refuse to do business with so many banks, you're going to end up with not very many people left. It's a fault within the industry. But as I said, with Goldman Sachs and Aberdeen Standard, you specifically mentioned at the end of last quarter, we had 0 money invested with them. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So we're now moving on. We're now moving on to question 5, which is from Councillor Patel, please, to the Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Regeneration. Councillor Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just start off by also offering our warm wishes and thoughts to Greg. He was an excellent officer, a role model he was, and his experience was second to none. And he will be a big loss to this council. Thank you. I just need to put a bit of context onto my supplementary question. If members can just cast their minds back to August, when we witnessed the shocking and frightening scenes, unprecedented, in fact, frightening scenes on our mobile phones, on the news, in the newspaper, Islamophobic, racist mobs attacking the police, attacking homes, cars, businesses, mosques, hotels, and lots more. My community, being one of the most diverse wards in the whole of Gloucestershire, was feeling extremely vulnerable and anxious, terrified, and absolutely panicking in fear at that time. We knew that if anything should happen, it would most likely in Gloucester would happen in my ward, the most diverse ward in Gloucester. On the Wednesday, the 7th of August, I was out shopping in Birmingham, and in the afternoon, I was suddenly, out of the blue, I was inundated with phone calls, messages, text messages, WhatsApp messages from constituents literally panicking, from people of all ages and all backgrounds, panicking and worried about what could happen when these rumours started spreading that there could potentially be riots in Gloucester. Thankfully, Chris Nelson, the Police Crime Commissioner, and the local inspector at Barton Street were very supportive and reassuring that should anything happen, that they were prepared for that. I quickly had to produce a video in the back of my car, which went viral locally to reassure residents that there was nothing to worry about. It was all under control. That said, Madam Mayor, I was extremely saddened and disappointed that no one from this council, from the leader, deputy leader, cabinet member for community engagement, the senior leadership team, not one single phone call, not one single email to ask if we needed any support, if my community was okay. Yes, there was an email to officers to tell them that there was nothing to worry about, but sadly the community was completely forgotten and many felt absolutely abandoned by this council. There was zero engagement. There was no proactiveness or forward thinking. There was no communication, no reassurance, and no leadership. One of the mosque representatives said to me, when Julian Wayne was the chief exec, he was very good. He would be on the phone to us in circumstances such as this. But this time there was nothing from anyone at the council. will the leader please provide myself and all the other members here who represent the various different communities that should they need any support and help at a time of need, whether it be riots, whether it be floods, that this council will be there for them and support them, not abandon them. And ensure also that there will be better communication and better engagement going forwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Hilton to respond, please.
Yeah, I think the important thing is that when there's rumours spreading around there, around Facebook and social media, the last thing the council should do is panic and send panic and worry through the population. This council didn't do that. The managing director was at the time meeting the Police and Crime Commissioner, and they both agreed that there wasn't an issue in Gloucester. The police advised us there wasn't an issue, and in the end, there wasn't an issue in Gloucester. Similarly, at the time when the rumours were spreading, I was having a coffee with Declan in Coffee One, and we looked at it and we were advised that there was nothing to worry about. I actually went out and the police put extra officers on the beat in the city centre. And I went to ask them, was there a problem because people would worry? They said, no, there's not a problem, there's no risk. And that's the point. As a council, what we don't do is panic. What we do, we assess the information and then we follow up. One of the things we've got in our corporate plan and our manifesto was putting the heart back into Gloucester, was to make sure that we have robust emergency plans for any event. But what you don't do is set an emergency plan off because Saj Patel is in Birmingham panicking. And there wasn't a need to panic. The city centre and around there was as calm as anything. And that's the point. That's the point. And, you know, this panic lasted for about 45 minutes or an hour. By the time I picked it up and the officers walking the street and said, there's nothing to worry about. So that's the situation. So you need to act responsibly in times like this. You need to assess the information and then provide advice to the public. And you need to provide that advice properly if there is an emergency. And that's what this council will always do. What we won't do, Saj Patel, is panic like you seem to have done.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. So we move on to the next question from Councillor Patel, please. Okay, we move on now to Councillor Marshall, who has a question for the Cabinet Member for the Environment. Councillor Marshall, thank you.
Councillor Millard.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. So we're moving on now to question number 9 from Councillor Jones to the Cabinet Member for Community Engagement. Councillor Jones, please.
All I'd like to say is thank the officers for applying and congratulate them on a great job that they're doing and keep up the good work and achieve your targets that have been set going forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Am I allowed to just respond actually to Councillor Jones?
Yes, you can, Councillor Trimnell. Please do.
Thank you so much. I want to sit down really. Thank you so much, Councillor Jones. I was expecting a supplementary just for you to ask a bit more information. So I want to give you a bit more information, if that's okay. So we, as a council, we are working with Gloucester Food Bank, food pantries and other organisations to coordinate food support in Gloucester City. It is very much a work in progress. However, we are making progress with these organisations to improve the food environment in Gloucester. There are a number of initiatives in the city to address food insecurity, and with the successful, they call it HAF, and it's the Holiday Activities and Food Programme, for those who don't know, being one of them. We have established, alongside this, a financial inclusion working group to address the wider causes issues around the cost of living crisis, with the most recent campaign targeting households that could actually be eligible for pension credit. And just to say also, Gloucester Food Bank have increased their reach into communities by opening satellite hubs in the city centre at Elim Church in Hucklecote and Matson, and a further 2 potential hubs in Kingsholm and Moorland. Alongside these hubs is debt advice from GL Communities, which I've been out to see myself, and the wonderful Sue there is doing such amazing work, Sue Cunningham, to address the root causes of the need for food. We've also utilised some of the household support fund to support, again, Gloucester Food Bank and the 4 food pantries to be able to purchase food and essentials for their clients. Through the Financial Inclusion Group, we have also utilised household support funding to build capacity within Gloucester Citizens Advice Bureau and GL Communities, again, to address the root causes of money concerns. And if you have any further questions or queries about any of this, please don't hesitate to email me and I will get you a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. So we're moving on now to question number 10, which is from Councillor O'Donnell to the Cabinet Member for Culture and Leisure. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your written answer. I just really want to say that given the council is not going to provide an itemised report for the 8 million expenditure on GL1, how will the council ensure that the community remains informed about the progress and financial management of the refurbishment project, particularly in terms of addressing any potential overruns or discrepancies in costs? After all, with the other financial cock-ups that we've had, like Club at Tuffley Park and Aspire and even Marketing Gloucestershire, myself and I'm guessing the rest of the council and residents of Matson and Gloucester even, of our great market town, the city will be in. It will be interesting to see how much more money you may or may not borrow to throw at this company. In the future, the city has lost confidence in this council, and it seems to like to hide things from the public. So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. I ask Councillor Hilton to respond, please. Thank you. Councillor O'Donnell, could you turn your microphone?
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. I'm answering on behalf of Caroline Courtney. We did have a meeting just this last week with Freedom Leisure to talk about their plans to carry out investments to GL1. It seems the independents don't want this council to spend any money on the bricks and mortar and the buildings, which is GL1 or the tennis centre. We know that in doing so, by putting this money in, not only will it help the operational to save money, we know that it's going to increase the usage of GL1 and the facilities, and also drive forward extra income. In other words, the borrowing will be paid for by additional income that Freedom Leisure will get from operating the sports facilities. That was in the papers that came to this council when we awarded the contract to them. So you're aware of that. Unlike previous situations, we are not going to be running a deficit. In other words, Freedom Leisure will be paying back that money. And they'll be doing things like a new relocated gym, a new reception and cafe area, a new soft play area, a climbing wall, a sauna and steam rooms relocated by the swimming pools, a splash pads by the swimming pools, improvements to the tennis centre with the paddleboard courts there. And there's going to be solar panels on the roof, which will reduce the energy use. This is investment that is invest to save. And you can't say that we're just going to leave GL1 to carry on falling apart. Now, and the point about the problems that you mentioned, that happened in the last administration. They're not going to happen in this administration. And when we get to the all the call-offs of the money will have to be invoiced and have to be checked by officers. And when we get to the end of the borrowing that's required to put it in there, we'll be able to do the accounts and prove that it's improved the facilities at GL1 and the tennis centre, and it's increased the income there, and it's reduced the deficit that we used to have to pay to operate these facilities. You really need to do your homework before you start asking. You really need to do your homework before you start asking these
Only
daft
one person
questions.
at a time,
You had all
please.
the information when we awarded the contract. You just don't read it properly.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton.
Very aggressive and angry.
We are now moving on. We are now moving on to question number 11, which is... Yeah, we need to move on now to question 11 from Councillor Miller to the Cabinet Member for Community Engagement. Councillor Miller, thank you.
I have no supplementary question. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. So we
Can I
now move
just
on.
respond? Can I respond to Councillor Miller? No, I'm not wasting time. I've got...
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Trimnell. No, we're moving on now to question number 12 from Councillor Hyland to the Cabinet Member for the Environment. Councillor Hyland, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate your information in the response about the digital support system. However, over the last 6 months, particularly in our ward, and I know in many throughout the city, the situation with the bins being emptied is just getting worse. They're overflowing. The amount of times that it's taking quite a long time for a response for you to empty them. Like, what are the timescales that we have from when we're sending our overflowing bin information to Here to Help to when they're emptied? And are they being adhered to correctly? Thank you.
Councillor Field to respond,
Thank you,
please.
Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, it's in very much the early days, this digitisation. The digitisation has been completed of the bins, but what we now are doing is collecting the data. We need all of the residents and the councillors, indeed, to feed back on which bins are problem bins. I've done it myself in Podsmead, my ward. I've identified some bins that have been overflowing, and they have been repaired and replaced, and sometimes they'll move them to areas where it might be more efficient. It is going to get better, and it's something that didn't happen under the last administration. We're doing it now, and it will get better, and I would hope to see an improvement very, very soon. But if there's not, you can always contact me, and I'll be very happy to respond to you.
Thank you, Councillor Field. So we're moving on now to question number 13 from Councillor Brooker to the Cabinet Member for the Environment. Councillor Brooker, please.
No supplementary, thank you. Thank you to the Cabinet Member for his response.
Thank you, Councillor Brooker. So we're now on to question 14 from Councillor Gravels to the Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Regeneration.
No, I do have a
Gravels,
supplementary.
please.
Supplementary. So I just want to refer you back, Madam Mayor, to your opening remarks at Council this evening, when you were talking about all of us putting our politics aside when we walk into the council chamber and treating each other with respect. Well, I want to give you a good example of where that works. It works really well when the three group leads on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee work together. And I work with Tree and Howard, and we work together, I think, looking for nods. We work together well. There's not one person who lords it over anybody else. Everybody is equal on that committee. And to date, there has been no party political nonsense or haranguing or point scoring. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair assessment. There's a combination of age and experience, energy and new ideas. I leave it to you members to decide which attributes you allocate to each member. And I'll come on to just very quickly, Greg Moore. Before I talk about Greg, when the three of us as group leads were told that Simon Byrne had left, we were really disappointed that we didn't have the opportunity to send him a card and say, thanks for the way you've worked with scrutiny, because he really was a good scrutiny officer. So I raised it, I can't remember who I raised it with. I raised it with somebody here. And they said, well, if you can get a card, which we did, we'll make sure, and you all sign it, we'll send it on to Simon. And that's what we did. That's the sort of group leads that we are. We think ahead, and we value the work that your colleagues here work with us to achieve what we're trying to achieve. Coming on to Greg Moore, I do hope when it comes to Greg Moore, I really do hope he makes a full recovery. He was a financial genius. We heard time and time again when
I chaired audit, that with the few buttons pressed on a laptop, he could switch money around and save this authority huge amounts of money. He was a very quiet guy. I'm going to come to the supplementary, but it's right that we get in touch with him and his family to say we're grateful for his work and we pay tribute to him at this meeting this evening. So, coming on to my question, I made it very clear in my question that I wanted the leader to update us on the work that he was doing with Ashley on the airport. Madam Mayor, I find the answer that Councillor Hilton has given us to be absolutely disrespectful to the overview and scrutiny process. We were told at the training that we did on scrutiny that scrutiny should enjoy parity of esteem with Cabinet. Well, clearly the leader doesn't agree with that. And in 2 sentences, he has dismissed us and he said, I'm not going to share any information with you. You want to close it, you want to discuss it all behind closed doors? Well, I can tell you that the 3 group leads will not permit you to do that. And we will be there. We're doing our scoping meeting in the week after next, I think it is, to plan with Cheltenham what aspects of the airport we are going to be looking at, whether or not you want to work with us. We will get to what's going on at the airport, with or without your help. That reply isn't really worth the paper it was written. You want it closed behind closed doors? Well, Councillor, I've got news for you. We are going to keep on probing and answering questions.
Councillor Gravells, if you could get to your question, please. Thank you.
He asked his question as a member of this council, not as chair of the scrutiny committee. He asked me about the work of Councillor Beaukett. He didn't ask about the work of Councillor Wiederhold, who were both serving on Gloucestershire Airport. I made it quite clear that they were doing their job, and that any information that's passed in conversations between me and them remains confidential between me and them. I also like to remind Councillor Gravells, he was one of the ones who voted down the proposal that there will be a regular report from Councillor Beaukett. He also voted down a special responsibility allowance that was being proposed for Councillor Beaukett. He's quite happy to take his own responsibility allowance, but he wasn't prepared to support the work of Councillor Beaukett. He is doing this work for the council. He's sitting on the airport board, and I met the managing director and the chairman of the board this week, and I said, "How's my directors doing?" He said, "They're doing a really good job. They're engaged. They're challenging. They work effectively." That's what they're doing. But you're not going to get confidential information. If you need to ask questions of the board of Gloucestershire Airport, you ask the managing director or the chairman when you ask them to come in. If you want to ask questions from the shareholder, like Terry Pullendu did, you ask me. You couldn't be bothered to support the work of Ashley Beaukett at the council meeting. You thought you played political games. You're not going to get details of confidential conversations I have with either of the directors.
Can I please remind members not to interject when people are speaking? Thank you. So we're carrying on now to question number 15 from Councillor Lewis to the Deputy Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Resources.
Thank
Councillor
you, Madam Mayor.
Lewis.
Right there, Declan. Nice to have you. Right. No, I mean, this is very close to my heart because I worked on it for years to actually get the money, which thankfully the Labour government decided it was actually a good idea in the end. I just want to make sure that throughout this process of getting the plans and all the rest of it, you consult the traders on what they actually want, not just where, whatever, but the size of the plot they're going to be on. And certain ones of them will need financial help to help move. We're talking about fridges, big cabinets, which they've paid money for, but they can't afford to actually move. If we can get a sort of like a floating little fund to help them or whatever, but just ask them what they want, how big a unit they want, where they want it. Do it now before you start planning, because they're the ones that are going to have to use it. They might come up with some good ideas, they might come up with a load of rubbish, but they'll have had their say. And traders love to work one-to-one and talk to people. That's what they want, That's all they want. And I would suggest the one that's the main one in there, because at the front is Andy the Butcher, because he's the main draw into there, along with Aladdin's Cave and the Fishman at the back. But they need to be asked and they need to be consulted. So I know you've got a meeting coming up. I would suggest you send them an email or something. No, emails are rubbish when they won't listen to them. But actually ask them before that meeting, tell us what you need and come to the meeting with some suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis, for that. As you are correct, we did have a meeting with them last month. It was quite an uncomfortable meeting in the sense because there wasn't anything to well, yes, you heard, did you? Because we didn't have anything to tell them, and I can understand why they feel so uneasy and uncomfortable, and they're worried about the future, which is perfectly understandable. I have to say that some of those traders are. I really do admire them because they've been sticking it out for years, and it doesn't. They've been sort of slogging away, and the market itself it's not great. We've run it down, unfortunately, and but they've still continued. So we will be seeing them next week. We'll have a bit more to tell them, and I think your suggestion is a good one. To speak to them, maybe speak to them beforehand and see what it is they need, because we want to work with them and we want to make this market a success, but we've been given a once in a generation, if you like, opportunity to do something now that we've got this funding through. So I will make sure that we use it wisely, and I will keep them on board. So many thanks. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. The clock is ticking, but we move now to question 16 from Councillor James to the Cabinet Member for Housing. Councillor James, please. Thank you, Councillor James. So we move on to a question from Councillor Bell to the Cabinet Member for Community Engagement. Councillor Bell, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've looked at the answer. I will try and be a little bit calmer tonight. My wife's told me off. I've looked at the answer to the question. I have an inside track on the Longton Miss Street car park. A friend of mine works there. She is frightened to death every day. She has to go there. She has to open up in the morning in the dark. There has to be two of them going around. They are injecting heroin in the children's area. I'd like to thank the previous administration for the new forum, the Liberal administration for the new development that we're going to see over there. But people aren't going to come here, but these people are on our streets. And I don't want to see engagement. I want to see them out of the city. And that's going to have to be done, as people won't come here. I'm sorry. I mean, I agree with Pam. We're spending a lot of money, and let's get the people to come here. But if they can't park because people are taking heroin in the children's area, or they're smoking balloons, or whatever they do. But I've got it witnessed, and we need to do something about it. And I'm sorry, engagement's not enough. We need to bring in barring from the city centre again. And these people need banning from the city centre, because if they're not high, they're drunk, and we don't need it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Trimnell, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. I don't know whether there was a question in that, really. So it's really hard to all I can say is that that more work needs to. Sorry. So I'm not feeling too good. So obviously I'm like thinking I just want to sit down. Obviously, you know, there's more work that needs to be done with this. I know, I go round, I'm up in that town every day. I know where everyone hangs out. I know where they do drugs, and that I speak to a lot of them, don't get me wrong. It is a problem. I'm not actually enforced-led, though. I want to be engagement-led. I'm not one of these that thinks that we should just get rid of these people from our streets. At the end of the day, they are human beings, and they've got problems, and we need to help them. We can't expect all of this work to be done by our city protection officers either. And that, you know, I've been working with officers to find a way forward, and I am pleased to tell you that we have some very exciting news that's going to happen in the new year of a plan going forward. I can't reveal yet, but I am very excited by it, and I hope to think that we may then start doing, you know, that we'll see action. So just bear with us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell. I think we'll allow just one more question, please, from Councillor Graham to the Cabinet Member for Environment. Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I just want to say Bainbury Road does not get swept every 2 weeks. I live on Bainbury Road, and that is not the case. I also want to say that I believe, in my opinion, that the council is neglectful towards Bainbury Road residents due to the floods. But my question is, has the council communicated with affected members regarding the advice given in your response to the members of the public?
Councillor Field, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am happy to confirm that Bainbury Road does get swept every 2 weeks, and I've had that advice from officers and Ubico, so I don't know where the rumours that it doesn't get done have come from.
No interjections, please. Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Do continue, Councillor Field.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the issue is not just simply about leaves, as we will discover later in the evening when we have a notice of motion. It does also have a big impact with the drainage and the sewerage at this location. And what you haven't mentioned so far this evening, and you don't mention in your motion later on, is the necessity to deal with Severn Trent. And we are working with them on a plan for this area. But the simple fact is, Severn Trent believe, and we are inclined to agree with them, that there is inadequate sewage capacity at this location. So that's something we're going to need to do. I wasn't quite sure what your point of your question. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit hard of hearing on my left side. So you're asking whether I have communicated with members affected. I mean, this is communicating with members in this answer, but I will be having a briefing with officers on it next week, and I'm happy to feed back to you further from that briefing if you'd like to. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Field. So we are now moving on to questions to chairs of meetings, and we have 15 minutes for this. Questions from members and responses from chairs of committees have been published and circulated in advance. Those questions and answers will be taken as read. Supplementary questions should be put and answered without discussion, noting that we have 15 minutes, as I've said, to get through as many supplementary questions as possible. Thank you. So our first question is from Councillor Alistair Chambers to the Chair of the Planning Committee, please. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regards to the planning applications, it's great to see that there's 185 properties approved through planning, and 35 of them being affordable, getting approved in September. The concerning matter is there's 4,500 people in our city that are looking for homes. I think there's about 60 on the emergency list, and 39 are rough sleepers on the streets. What's the council going to do with regards to planning going forward, policy for getting people off the streets, off the settees into homes? Thank you.
Councillor Conda, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rather think this question should be directed to the Cabinet Member for Planning and the Cabinet Member for Housing. There hasn't been that much coming through recently in front of the committee. Material that comes to the committee is very specific. There are things in the pipeline which are not yet ready to go before the committee. But if I can give Councillor Chambers a little bit of information about what's maybe not immediately apparent, because they have their decisions that were taken outside committee. In May and July, just 2 months, we had 18 extensions to homes, 2 houses in multiple occupation, 2 children's homes and 4 dwellings approved by delegated decisions. And in the pipeline, 4 weeks from the end of September to the end of October, we have 14 apartments, 3 new dwellings 9 extensions and 2 houses in multiple occupation. Now, the smaller houses in multiple occupation do not require planning permission anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Conda. I'm going to ask our Head of Paid Service to just clarify a few issues around this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that in this section of the agenda, it cannot be used to ask questions of policy which are appropriately addressed to the Cabinet members rather than to chairs of committees. So any councillors wishing to ask supplementaries under this section need to ensure that the questions and the supplementaries relate to matters relating to the remit of the committee rather than policy matters. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, John. And so now we're moving on to the next question, also from Councillor Alistair Chambers to the Chair of the Planning Committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Managing Director, for clarifying that. Apologies if it caused any confusion. With regards to my question, that what are the Planning Committee rules and regulations for members, I appreciate you said that it was passed to members, their understanding, and thank you very much for that, Chair. And my understanding is, looking at that, is you can't be whips, you can't be sort of predetermined. And that said, that I was just wondering if, as Chair, you yourself understood what that meant. The reason being I'm asking that question is, under recording at the overview and scrutiny, you said that you weren't whipped, you were just following your party manifesto, and that unfortunately is whipping. So do you understand that the legalities of not being able to do that as planning chair? Thank you.
I certainly was not whipped. I believe we all took our decisions as individuals. But this was a question about houses in multiple occupation, I believe. Am I right?
Sorry, no, it's not. The question was around what the planning committee's legal rules for members, and my question was around understanding the difference between being following the party whip.
Councillor Chambers, just to say,
I was just answering the question.
I think the answer has you've had the answer, and it was not whipping.
She did ask a question back.
The answer
didn't understand the answer.
There was no whipping.
The answer given is that there was no whipping. So,
okay.
Thank you, Councillor Conda. Question 3 from Councillor Alistair Chambers to the Chair of the Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to the Chair of Chair of Planning. Yeah, this question is I find it very, very strange that there's no more meetings, not even the May meeting, and a lot of them have been cancelled, like the one recently, I think it's last week. There's lots of planning issues and planning concerns around the city. Why do these meetings keep getting cancelled and being said that there's not enough? Like, I'm sure we could contact many residents that would gladly come here today and say about their concerns about planning, builds on their doorsteps, neighbours' gardens getting overbuilt, parking spaces being taken, like Newton Avenue, they've got a lot of concerns there. And there's other people that have got concerns, whether valid or not. So on that question, why is so many getting cancelled and why there aren't so many planning meetings when obviously there's many planning issues in our city that need to be resolved?
Councillor Conda, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Material has to be correctly prepared before it's placed before the committee. If an application is complicated, requires more questions being asked of the applicant, the planning officers see to that so that there is a clear case prepared before it goes to the committee. We would not want to make decisions with only partial information or inaccurate information. And so I am quite content that material only comes to the committee when it's actually ready for us all to examine it. So there's no ambiguity or missing information. We are expected to be responsible to all the residents of the city. And yes, I do agree there is a lot going on. We all know that officers are under pressure, and we all do our best to support them by not sending unnecessary emails and so on and disturbing their work. And equally, I am content to wait until material is presented to the committee and not to urge anybody to hurry until they are ready and certain that material is ready to go before the committee for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condo. So we're now moving on to item 9, constitutional changes, which is moved by Councillor Hilton and I believe Councillor Wilson to second the following motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are the recommendations of the General Purposes Committee. The recommendations came after a good discussion at the committee. They're being proposed unanimously by the General Purposes Committee. The first item is the duration of council meetings, where we're looking to, when we've got a guillotine of 3 hours and we extend it, the maximum extension would be 4 hours. At the moment, it could go on, having extended well into the early hours of the morning if we didn't complete the business. In other words, if we go on too long, some business at the end of the meeting might not be heard that time. We're proposing to change Rule 12 to allow verbal questions of members of this council to cabinet members in future. That means 45 minutes, and there'll be no need to put it in writing, and there'll be no need to miss the deadline to put your question in, because you can do it there and then. You can put your hand up, and so the group leaders will, in order the group size, will have an opportunity to ask 2 questions and 2 supplementaries. We will then go round each member with 1 question each, and if there's time left over, we'll go to a second question. So make sure you put your hands up. On notices of motion, we're proposing that we limit to a 2-hour period, and that each group has the opportunity to nominate their preferred motion, and we will hear those in order. So, it might start off with, on the first meeting, the Lib Dem, then the Conservative, and then the Labour, and then the Independent, and then next time round it would start with the Conservatives having the first bite and the Lib Dems would be the last bite. And if we manage that time and we've got spare time, we could always take an additional motion that might be on the order paper, but that would go to the first group. The rules of debate, Rule 15, that's to do, I'm just trying to remember now, rules of debate is that all amendments to both motions and to these papers, like today's paper, need to be put in by midday the day before. Everybody will be notified at 5 o'clock, so all the groups have got an opportunity to consider the amendments in good time. The mayor can always agree to a minor change if it's asked, and if all members are happy to do that, but not a substantial amendment to a report. And that's the same for the motions. And then the final one is, if agreed, these amendments to the Constitution, they've already been drafted by officers, will take place as soon as we finish this meeting. So we could have a council meeting tomorrow, and the new procedures will be put in place. We're hoping that this makes it a bit fairer and it helps push things forward. Everybody wanted to go back to verbal questions. I'm happy with that. And I know the one thing it will do, we release quite a lot of officer time from answering questions. We've got quite a lot here today. I think it's much. And if you have a question that you want to put in writing, and you just want to put it on the public record, you can do that via a question to the cabinet, and that can just go on there, and you've got that as a record that we will take the written questions at cabinet, and you can just leave it there. You don't have to come to cabinet, but if you might want to do it to just show that you've asked the question, you can use it as a public record. That, Madam Mayor, is the proposals. I hope everybody's happy with them.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. I believe Councillor Wilson is your seconder, is that right?
Yes, I'll reserve the right.
You'd like to reserve the right. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Are there any amendments? So now we move on to debate. Each member can speak for 3 minutes maximum. Thank you. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I did this on the General Purposes Committee where we discussed this, and we did have quite a bit of debate about it. And there were several things. And originally, when we were discussing the length of meetings, you know, I was always a proponent for we should go on until we finish everybody's business. We're here for the residents, etc. But I think we've all experienced some of those long meetings now. I think our best decisions aren't necessarily made when everybody gets that tired. And I did a bit of research on it, and then there were research on court cases, and judges are quite more likely to send you to prison if they're hungry and tired. So I think we should all make best decisions, not when we're tired. In relation to the questions, I'm happy now that they're verbal questions, and I think it's a fair situation to give everybody a chance to go round, and it does save some officer time. We did try it the other way, but I think either way is fine, so we have the opportunity to do both now, so I think that's the best of both worlds. I just hope that the leader here will let his cabinet answer questions a bit more often and not jump in. And I hope that the questions are on point and do answer the question. And if they can't answer the question on the spot, to offer a written question. So we are receiving the answers that relevant to the question asked. The other point that I wanted to make were, it was the rules on debate. What did we change on those? All right. Yeah. So, that was a main point that I did want to make, in that there is some discretion there, and this is something that I did speak about quite a lot, that there should be some discretion with amendments, and not to be the norm that we can put in amendments late, because I think that disrupts the meeting. However, the whole purpose of debate in this chamber is that we are debating, we're listening to each other, and we are making up our minds. And sometimes our mind might change, or sometimes we might think that's a good idea. And if we can all agree, then an amendment could be made. So that's always useful, because that's what we're here to do, is debate. So, and one thing also that we did discuss was the possibility of other changes. So I think we agreed in general purposes that this is the good way going forward. But if anybody else has any other suggestions, or it progresses and we think, well, that's a good idea, these aren't set in stone, that we can come back to general purposes and make more amendments. But I think they're generally good ideas.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Lewis now, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to come in on one point which Jeremy said, which I think is a great point. This is going to be a bit more of a political bun fight and whatever. There's not going to be too many technical things that will be answered, because you're not going to know everything. So if you've got a technical question, please put it in beforehand so that we can get the proper answer. Then we can have a question about it then. But some of the stuff about can we have the housing numbers or this, that and the other, you're not going to know them off by heart. So let's get those sort of questions in early, get the proper answers, then we can have the bun fight after that. Okay, so it is going to make it more interesting, because we'll have a try and trip you up and you'll come up with the real answers. I think it will make it more interesting. Let's hope it's calm and nice and friendly and people don't raise their voices. I'm trying. But yeah, I think that these are going to be so much better. And like Councillor Chambers said, we might swap the order around, have the questions last or motions first, but that's in the future. Let's suck it and see on this first, but I think it's a good start.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Chambers de Bus, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it was really good to be able to debate this at general purposes. And personally, I really welcome the changes. Yeah, I think it is the beginning of things being a little bit fairer and a little bit kinder towards people, especially in regard to the guillotine, because there are an awful lot of people here who have children or who have caring responsibilities, or whose health maybe isn't as good as other people, or who've put in a ridiculously long shift at work. And it's only fair that people know when they're going to be able to go home. So thank you, and hopefully the whole scenario of these changes will be the start of more better things to come.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers de Bus. Is there any more debate? Can't see any hands going up.
Councillor Wilson.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Trimnell.
I just want to say something that Andy Lewis said about the written questions. Like, I'm really happy to take verbal questions because, to be fair, I've got an answer for everything, so I don't need it. But saying that, technically, it's sometimes nice to have that proper information, and I don't want to be being asked. You know, I want it so you use it as a platform. So yeah, I think to put in written questions is perfectly fine, and I would encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trimnell.
Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Wilson, would you like to speak now? Thank you.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I think let's go to the vote. Sum up.
Councillor Hilton, sum up, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll agree with Steph. You know, when you're tired, you don't make the best decisions. You get tired and you get irritable, and it's probably not the best time. The thing about questions, if you ask a technical question in order to trip us out, we'll give you a reply in writing. If you want to ask that question, then you can just let the cabinet member know, I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to ask you a question about this subject, and this is the angle I'm likely to make, so that you get a better quality one. You can still use a written question to the cabinet meeting, and you'll get the written answer there if you want to, and that meets regularly more often, of course, than council. So you can do all that, and as far as the amendments, this is about substantive amendments to motions and papers. It means that we're not caught out by what is a substantive proposal. If somebody sees, could we change that word to this word, and we can say, yes, it's all fine, then those minor changes with the agreement of the mayor and with council being happy with them, then that can always be taken on. The mayor has that authority to change things. But the issue is about making sure that the substantive proposals to change a motion or committee recommendation are given in writing so we can all consider them, and we know what's being proposed. I think with the meeting some time ago, certain people were proposing changes and then speaking slightly different, and it given the impression that it was a different proposal. If you've got it clear in writing, even if the proposer speaks off the cuff or differently from that one, that that's what you're voting for, and that's the important thing. And I just think council meetings ought to be better. And as far as getting excited, I'm used to getting excited with Mark Hawthorne at the county council quite often, and he does that, and he's just won a lifetime award at the Believe in Gloucester, so maybe I'll get one day.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Okay, so now we go to the vote on the motion. All those in favour? Looks pretty unanimous to me. Is anyone against? I don't think so. No? Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you. So now we move on to the notices of motion. And the first one is proposed by Councillor Alistair Chambers and seconded by Councillor Bell. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I start the motion, I really, really hope it's nothing that's going to upset anyone. And I think it's really, really nice thing to do to propose under Constitution, item 14, page 81. It's 14.Q, so it's point of order. To give the consent of the council where consent is required by this Constitution. I'll be really, really quick, and I hope you can support it. We can just fly it through. So the honorary freedom and honorary freedom of entry. So this comes under motion without notice. By section 249, it's not bad, please bear with me. Item 5 Local Government Act allows this City Council, us here today, to propose Honorary Freeman. And I'd like to propose Dave Baldwin for his 15-year service.
Hang on a minute, Councillor Chambers. Just pause for one moment, please. Thank you.
Really quick motion without notice.
So, Councillor Chambers, I know what you're about to say, but according to the Constitution, the rules won't allow that at this time. So you need to go back to what you were going to say.
Okay. At the next council meeting, would I be proposed that sword bearers?
There's a. Can I speak?
Yeah. Over to.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is a process in place for recognising good service to the city, which I'm happy to circulate to you, and that sets out the process by which nominations can be made. So I will circulate that to you afterwards.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Managing Director, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I look forward to receiving that. Thank you. So with regards to the motion, this council resolves to send to Ordnance Governance consideration to review the scrutiny processes by which the City Council invests and borrows money. I'm not going to bore you with a long speech. It's been a long night and there's lots of really good motions going forward. So in a nutshell, all I hope is we can agree a motion of anything, and obviously you're going to probably amend it or just throw it out, anything over, I don't know, 500,000 of taxpayers' money could be put to overage scrutiny. You can just check that the bank's good. It's not going to modern day slavery like it was in quarters 1 and 2. It wasn't going to the bribery and exploitation. It's not going towards fracking like it was in quarters 1, 2 and 3. Oh no, 1 and 2, sorry. And it's not going to go towards growing tobacco, etc. And this council, we can just check that obviously we're not supporting slavery. We've lost the taxpayers' money. And we're not supporting fracking, and we're not supporting the growth of tobacco, which ultimately kills thousands and thousands of people in our country. So all I'm asking is, we just check that this money over to say £500,000 gets checked where it goes and where it gets invested. Obviously, smaller figures would be not manageable, but I think that's quite a decent money, £500,000, just to check we're not funding slavery like this council has done in quarters 1 and 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Do you have a seconder? Of course.
Do you wish to speak now?
Councillor Bell, would you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
Reserve the right.
Okay, thank you. We have an amendment from the Conservative group.
Who's moving that?
Who's?
Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Councillor Stephanie Chambers, then, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this motion is a friendly motion, amendment, is a friendly amendment in that I think a lot of what's in this motion anyway is already done and it is reported to the Audit and Governance Committee. However, we don't all sit on that and we don't all see those papers and they are complex and long papers. I understand that. And also the amendment just makes a point of nothing should be shared that is commercially sensitive because we want to make the most of our money as a council so we can do better services for the citizens and make the most of our money and get a good value. However, we do recognise that there is a need for transparency, particularly with taxpayers' money. So just that there could be some sort of simpler and better communication to the residents of the city, because that can only improve trust and for residents. And it is complex stuff, but anything that could be simpler, communicated better to the residents would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Do you have a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Saj Patel, thank you very much. Do you wish to speak now or you're going to reserve the right? Thank you, Councillor Patel. Is the amendment accepted by Councillor Alistair Chambers, please?
Unanimously, as part of the independent group, we accept it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chambers. So then that now becomes the substantive motion and we go to debate. Who would like to speak? Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Initially, I had prepared a big speech with lots of green and yellow and all sorts of things, outlining how, in the original motion, everything that it was calling for, we did already via the work that's done for internal audit, the Audit and Governance Committee, and full council itself, which in particular, it approves the Treasury Management Strategy. Every year, it goes before council itself, and sadly we don't really debate it. It just sort of tends to get carried over, which is a shame. And I think maybe we should, because a lot of the answers you will find in there. However, the amendment itself, actually, I quite like it. The thing about it, what the amendment actually calls for when you go through it, it wants to ensure transparency. Well, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And there may be some ways that we can improve transparency. And again, one example of that is the new appendix we put in the Treasury Management Report, Appendix 3, which tells us where we've stashed all the cash, if you like, which is a crude way of putting it, but where we've invested in. That's a new part of the report, and I think it's a very useful part as well. So that's increasing transparency. The other recommendation that's left in the motion is to recommend improvements. Again, we can always improve, and if Audit and Governance want to come up with some improvements, we'll always listen to them. And I can't criticise that either. And the last recommendation is a new one, which is publicise the annual report of Audit and Governance. Again, I'm not quite sure how we would do that, but I think one of the problems with the annual report of the Audit and Governance, and this is my fault, it used to come out, we used to do it in late March, and we'll have it out of the way by the time we got to the end of the council year. I had this bright idea, it really should be July, to tie in with the end of the financial year. Maybe that wasn't one of my brightest ideas, and maybe something that Audit and Governance might want to look at is maybe bringing it back to March again, so that we can debate it at the same time as we do the annual report for overview and scrutiny. That's just my sort of suggestion. I'll leave it up to Audit and Governance themselves. So other than that, I don't think I really need to go through this now. It's a solid. I mean, with regards to the motion itself, it's well intentioned, but it sort of didn't take into account the work that we were already doing, and it didn't take into account the governance arrangements we already had, and in particular regards treasury management. So I would urge everyone, when the treasury management strategy gets published and goes before council next March, maybe don't call it over and debate it, because a lot of the stuff's in there. It tells you we can and cannot invest with, and it also talks about the potential indicators, and it talks about the CIPFA guidelines as well. CIPFA is Chartered Institute.
I'm afraid that's time, Councillor Wilson.
So,
just wrap up. Thank you.
Happy to support the amended motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Is there any more debate? I can't see any hands going up.
In which case
So in which case we will go to the closing speeches.
Councillor Bell.
So Councillor Bell, the seconder of the motion, would you like to speak now? Okay.
Councillor Alistair Chambers.
Councillor Alistair Chambers, would you like to deliver your closing speech then, please?
Yeah, I'm happy with the amendment, so leave it there, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we move to voting on this motion as amended. So all those in favour? Any against?
Unanimous.
Any abstentions? No. So the motion is carried. Thank you. Motion number 2, again Councillor Alistair Chambers, and again seconded by Councillor Bell. Thank you.
Recently, the recent wind, 6 or 7 trees came down, 2 of them being very substantial. They just missed a house, elderly bungalow house on just off Painswick Road. These were city council trees, city council land. One of the trees was girth of around that big, and it went across, blocking 2 roads by Tesco's Express. So my concern is that council trees, council land's not being maintained properly. Right, we all talk about grass cutting and litter picking, but this is one that poses a significant risk to that of life. So what we've been asking for is basically just to make sure that the trees have a regular management, maintenance and inspection plan. I appreciate they're saying this is done, but I haven't seen it done. And there's a lot, and if it is being done, it's not being done by a competent person, because there's trees that are rotting through, they've been rotting through for years. I can submit photos to show this from Google Maps over the years. So if it is being inspected, then the person inspecting will need to go back for education and retraining. And if it's not being inspected, then let's train somebody and get them to inspect these trees, because it's not good. And I appreciate there's only one tree officer. This is not aimed at any individual officer at all. This is aimed at the council as an institute, because this council is grossly letting down residents as a result of not inspecting everything. And obviously one tree officer to 165,000 residents, and there's more trees, I guess, than residents here in the city. So on city land, so I think that's a lot of trees. If we inspected, I don't know, 100 trees a day, still won't get around all the trees. So let's do something about it. Let's make the public safe, and let's stop these trees falling on public roads, public footpaths. There's one in Tuffley. And yeah, let's just make the public safe. So all we're asking for is a regulatory management and maintenance inspection, developing a coordinated approach with the city council and the county council on highways, because obviously sometimes the land crosses various different easements and different land owners, and allocating sufficient resources to make sure there's a tree management plan, and then engaging with residents about tree safety and ensuring dangerous trees are promptly addressed. So it's nothing bad, it's nothing political, it's just saying let's just make trees a little bit safer in our city. So if you don't support it, shame on you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Bell, would you like to speak now or reserve the right? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, strange motion, but trees are a problem, unfortunately. We've just had two come down in my area, one virtually outside Hereford School. Luckily, it came down at 6 o'clock in the morning, and somebody called Andy Bell, went round with a chainsaw and chopped it up. We also had trees that went down over the brook that goes down through the home lane. These trees are never expected. I know it's very difficult for somebody to go and inspect trees, but maybe we could put something out there to the public to maybe advise us if they think there's a problem with trees. Because Caroline is not here tonight, but I've had her constituency contacting me about trees in the back of their gardens that they're very worried about because they're leaning over. So maybe we can just put it out to the residents, and they might be able to help us in that way, because they see this every day. And I don't know how anybody's going to get round 165,000 trees. If that's a job, my God. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Are there any amendments?
Yes, we have one from the Liberal Democrat group.
We have an amendment from the Liberal Democrats. So, Councillor Field, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to support the amendment that has been circulated already. We have 8,500 trees in the city, and trees are not in themselves safe or unsafe. They are just natural. We assess trees and their safety based on three things: the size of the piece that you believe may injure somebody, the occupancy rate, which is how often or for what period of time someone may be underneath a tree, and the chances that the tree can fall. Now, we already manage them and we maintain them, but often that involves leaving them alone, actually. And that's why we've brought this amendment to allow for the fact that we just need to sometimes leave them alone. You can't mitigate for severe weather incidents, and we've had 5 of those already this year. Now, any tree that comes down in severe weather is likely already to have a fault. And that's according to the City Council's tree officer. Now, I've worked with him a lot since I took on the role. I think he's very good. He's very experienced, very knowledgeable. One of the first things I did when I took on this role was to meet him for a walkabout and a discussion of our policies and aims. And I've read the tree policy. It's a real page turner, I can tell you. But we necessarily have to have a reactive response. and reactive stance at this council, because we have one tree officer and a small tree team, and they've got to be able to survey and react to 8,500 trees. Now, as it's already been said, we can't do that on a daily basis. They would do simply nothing else. Now, our tree policy states that we will act on a tree that presents a danger to the public within 24 hours. And members of the public and members of the council can all report trees that they consider to be a danger via Here to Help or Fix My Street. And we'll all have experience as members with the residents who say, this tree is really dangerous. And you say, well, I'll report it to the tree officer. He comes and takes a look, says, it's fine, it's not dangerous. It's just resident perception often. And we have to do more to educate the public and understand their concerns, yes, but also to allay their fears. Now, what we intend to do with this amendment and the work we intend to do is carry out the planned survey of City Council trees, which has been planned for some time. It's been budgeted for. This will enable us to know the location, the type and the other information of all council trees, and this will show us if any action needs to be taken. Now, there's a lot already going on, so I don't consider this motion to be necessary because we're already doing these things. It's business as usual, but there are, of course, pathways where residents and members can report their concerns, and we will take them seriously. But the thing we need to do, this piece of work we need to get done, is the survey. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. Councillor Hyman, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
In seconding this amendment, Council will note we have added reference to the ongoing effects of climate change. We have tidied up the motion so it clearly mentions incidents rather than just weather in general. On these benches, we consider the safety and well-being of residents as a top priority, rather than should be a top priority, as in the motion. And we work with officers in this regard. We also consider timely reporting of concerns about trees is important, so we have strengthened that part of the original motion. We have in our amendment removed superfluous wording, so the motion is clear and precise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman.
Is it accepted by Councillor Chambers?
Is the amendment accepted by Councillor Alistair Chambers?
No. It's rubbish.
On the amendment.
So now we go to a debate on the amendment. Who would like to start? Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Conservative group this evening, we are supporting this amendment. We do feel that some wording was taken out that was not necessary to take out, but we also agree you cannot limit all incidences. Trees will come down, they've always come down, and that will be what happens. However, there is a need to have these surveys done, and it's good to know it's planned, but things can always be strengthened. And where things quite often fall down around these councils, not trees, but between the councils, is that communication between, we know the county have trees and we own trees, and we do need to make sure that that is strengthened. So I think that is an important thing, so that can be done. Tragedies do occur, so I think this is something that does need to be discussed, and it is important that we discuss it here today. We haven't had any, as far as I'm aware, in our city, but they do happen, and we do need to make sure their trees are safe. So it was reassuring to know that a tree officer will react within 24 hours if somebody reports something wrong with the tree. So that's very useful to know. We should be doing all we can, and I think, as Councillor Bell said, we should prioritise areas around schools, because children waiting, school buses, etc. If something does happen, we definitely don't want it to happen to children. We don't want it to happen to anybody, but we don't want it to happen to children. And with the planning policy that I think was last year, our streets are supposed to be more tree lined now. So there is going to be more work to do, but it still is very important work to do to make sure the safety of our residents. Not only that, I witnessed we were out recently when some trees come down, and it's not only the tree falling on somebody, it's the cars and how they react when a tree does come down on a main road. There were several near misses of accidents
and there was actually, you could see skid marks around by the verges where people had narrowly missed the trees. So this work does need to be done, and to limit the trees coming down in our areas.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Lewis next, please.
Thank you very much. I wasn't actually going to say much on this, but being a country lad at heart, we do come across trees and falling down and getting the chainsaws out and all the rest of it. So that's what you fill your log burner with. You can't mitigate against nature. Now, there's one road in my patch, they've got oak trees. The strongest, toughest, 600-year-old thing that's never going to move in its life. But because it slightly overhangs a wall, and so they're moaning, hang on, let's have it chopped down. It doesn't need to be done. And certain trees are incredibly strong and they're not going to break. And if they do break, we're all in trouble. So take the park. There's big trees in there. Do we pollard them? No, because they're in an area where there shouldn't be schools and stuff like that, and they possibly only need to be checked every other year, not every year. If the public tell us there's a branch hanging off, different kettle of fish. But I think we just have to be sensible about what can be done and what can't be done. And we can't, if the person upstairs says we're going to have a 200-mile-an-hour wind, none of the trees are going to survive. So I think we just mitigate what we can do and where we can do them with the policies about around where the public are on a regular basis in numbers. Have a look at them, yes. A lot of them, top of Robbinswood Hill. Well, you know, they might get the odd golfer in about it, but that's about it. So be sensible about it, and I applaud the actual way of seeing where you go and what you do and who first. And now we've got this very competent tree officer. I think these amendments to it don't go as far as the independents would want, but I think it's more than enough to actually mitigate any problems we should have for the public.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Hilton, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do think members should vote for the amendment because I think it improves the motion. It might not be exactly how each one of us would possibly have written the amendment, but that's always the case. But I'm pleased to see that the Conservatives understand the issue and understand how we manage our trees. I think we need to understand when we're talking about trees on the public domain, most of them in Gloucester are probably highway trees. And as a county councillor, I deal with quite a lot of trees which need to be maintained. They get too big. They're in danger. Buses bang into them and knock them over. I've got one like that in Seabrook Road. We did have storms not recently, and a tree in Hillfield Gardens, which is in the ownership of the City Council, fell within days. The tree officer was dealing with it. It was cut up and moved and cleared, and we'll hope to get a new tree planted there. But we do need to understand, if you've got a storm, it's not just trees that might lose branches or fall over. Electricity lines, overhead lines might get blown off, and you lose your power to your house or to communities. Fences collapse around people's houses. Roofs lift. Cars get blown over and pushed down the street, and lorries turn over. Litter bins, refuse bins get flying down. It's dangerous when there's a storm taking place, and what the advice to everybody is stay indoors, keep out the way, and wait until the storm has died. And then you will find that there are problems and there's damage being done by the storm. We cannot stop that. But we do need to make sure that, if we've got concern, if members have got concern about a couple of trees in that park, then they let the tree officer know. And similarly, if you've got problems or concern about a tree on the public highway, contact the County Council Highways Department and say, you've got a problem with that. Can you inspect it? I mean, one of the things I often have to do is, can you do a crown cut on the tree because it's got so big and people are worried about branches falling? That's life, and that's about having nature, and that's also the issue because we all want to see more trees in our community because they also help deal with the carbon dioxide. They process it. They take the carbon and release the oxygen which we breathe. So it really is important that we have as many trees as possible, but they need to be maintained. And I think the amendment by Sebastian does that. It takes on board what's being asked, but it also does it in a reasonable, affordable way for this council. And we make sure that we do it. But we cannot,
Thank you, Councillor
Madam
Hilton.
Mayor,
That's time.
say no tree will ever fall in a storm. We're always going to get that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Chambers de Bus, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully agree. Trees fall over. But I do think as well, looking at trees and maintaining trees is incredibly important. Certainly in our ward, we have some trees which belong to the City Council, which are very close to houses, just the other side of a really narrow road. And if you ask the residents, they will tell you that they love those trees and that they want those trees to stay. But there's a big but about this. They want them maintained. They have got too big. It doesn't take a lot of wind, certainly not a named storm, but just a blustery day. You've got bits falling off and hitting cars on the drives, damaging the cars and things like that. So, I really welcome the amended motion because, we do need to keep on this, but we also need to value our trees. But maintenance is key, and we definitely have trees that do need reducing somewhat. But I would be happy to support the amended motion. That's fab. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers de Bus.
Councillor Patel.
Councillor Patel next, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I absolutely welcome the amendment to the motion. I think it is key and imperative that we do make sure that they are managed properly. And I also think that we mustn't patronise residents by saying we need to educate them. Just to give you an example, this wasn't a city council tree, this was a highway tree, not far from where I live. And a few years ago, we had some really strong winds and residents were worried. There was a tree on my road which was shaking. And residents, rightly so, reported it to highways. They had a team go out and apparently one of the officers kicked the tree and nothing happened, and he said, that's fine. And off they went to another job. And less than an hour later, that tree came down. And luckily, there was nobody walking past or nobody in the parked car on which that tree landed. So obviously that was very scary. And I think we need to remember that sometimes the residents have that local knowledge and experience. And if they have that gut feeling that something's not right, then sometimes they might be right. So let's not always take it on face value. The other issue with these trees sometimes is the basal growth. So again, with highway trees, year after year, I keep having to put the requests in because the management, the proactiveness isn't there. It's just a reactive service. The basal growth grows so far onto the pavement, literally covering the one side of the road by the curb and the other side up to an adjoining property, making it very difficult for pedestrians, children going to school, people with wheelchairs and disabilities near old people's complex to get past. So I get onto it and I ask highways to make sure we cut it. And in the same way, we need to be proactive as a city council to make sure our trees are being managed properly. And then just another example, in a local car park, we only have 2 car parks in Barton and Treadworth that are owned by the city council. And one of them, we have had this overgrown trees in the car park, which are overgrown substantially now. I had a site meeting at the end of July with a couple of officers and was told that they couldn't be cut back because of the nesting season. So we had to wait till September. So we're now into end of November almost, and they still haven't been cut back. I've had to chase up twice since that meeting. So let's make sure that they are managed properly and they are maintained. There's nothing worse than residents' properties being gutterings on the roofs being blocked by leaves, etc., from our trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Tracy, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
we all have a problem with trees, and I mean, trees keeps us, the oxygen's really good.
The other button.
I like Councillor Hilton says, we do live in a tree land. I mean, my garden got so many trees at the back in that, and it was got that bad. I fell out with my neighbour now because I had to cut down. And in the end, when she said there was bats in there, I said, in that case, you can pay for half of it now because I'm not going to back go in that. But anyway, we're not going there. Right, on trees, I was always told by the tree officers and Justin, remember Justin? Yeah, he was great, wasn't he? He said if a tree sways, it's safe. It's when the tree is stiff. That's when it starts to deteriorate. And that's what we had in the park. They checked all the trees out. Now it's why there's gaps in between. And they do get a disease. And so if you've got a sway, and I don't know if you know the ones down Seymour Road by the church, Star 66. That tree there was right over, wasn't it? And they still wouldn't take that tree out. But it's gone now. It's gone. The last 2 months, that tree's gone. And, but because it went stiff. And it didn't have a sway on it. So I don't know if it's true or not, but poor old trees, we do need our trees. And what really gets me, people, I shouldn't really say it, but I'm going to. People buy houses with a big tree outside, then there's a couple of months later, they say, can you get this tree removed? And I said, well, you bought the house with a tree outside. You know, what does one do? So it swings in roundabouts. We need our trees. Nesting season's up to March, then after October for the birds. But because it's been a funny summer this year and winter, they're still mating. And good luck to them, because we need more birds. So going back to what I did say, if a tree sways, it's safe. If it's stiff, it's deteriorating because it's drying out from the roots underneath. So they say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tracy. So is there any more debate on the amendment? Shall we now then go to...
Councillor Alistair
Chambers to sum up. Yes, we'll now go to Councillor Alistair Chambers to sum up, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Cabinet Member for Environment saying it takes 24 hours to be dealt with if it's a dangerous tree and to report it on Fix My Street. However, Freedom of Information shows majority of Fix My Street items are looked at 48 hours later. So maybe you should sort of report the tree to get in time machine, go back 2 days, then report it. Maybe it might be on time to hit the criteria that you said 24 hours, because that's not going to happen. Further to that, the tree actually on Painswick Road was reported by 3 members by email and by call logs to Here to Help, and it wasn't dealt with till it came down and fell on the road and hit the pavement. But the reason I wanted to discuss this pressing matter, which is quite literally falling on our laps, is that the mismanagement of these dangerous trees across our city is a very problematic problem. And while we're saying that we're praising the council, I feel that the council is very good at planting problems, but it's not so great at pruning them. Now, we all have trees and they give us oxygen, sage, picturesque backdrop, Sunday strolls, and even walk in the park. But you don't want to be walking the park and have an obstacle course of falling branches that even Mother Nature would start filing complaints. Picture this, you're out on a peaceful day in Gloucester Park, going for a walk, taking Nan to the shops, then suddenly timber. You're in an action movie that you never auditioned for. And the villain? The City Council's tree they forgot to manage. It's less Jurassic Park and it's more park run for your life. Now, I understand that trees can be unpredictable. It doesn't take a PhD in forestry to spot a leaning, creaking, half-rotten tree. We even heard from Councillor Patel that residents informed that a tree was dangerous. They could hear it move, and within hours it had already come down. 24-hour timescale is not good enough. And let's not forget, right, we didn't have the budget. It's not right if you're looking after public safety. It's not our responsibility. It's county councils, it's theirs, it's cities. It's like, let's just make the tree safe and protect our public. So here's the kicker. When a tree does fall down, the clean-up effort is often spectacularly slow. The council thinks, well, it's down now, let's not rush. In the meantime, pedestrians are detouring through bushes, cyclists are performing Evel Knievel stunts, and it's just impossible for some people with disabilities to get around. So here's my humble proposal. How about we treat dangerous trees with the urgency that they deserve? Let's follow up the criteria of 24 hours and actually meet it, because at the moment it's not met. and let's just make sure that these trees are safe. So, hearing a lot of responses today, we've decided that we will support the amendment because there's been a lot of points well made. However, I do beg the City Council to follow through what they promised they would do and look at timescales and actually listen to the public that know these trees, like Councillor Sajid Patel said. And just while I'm here, just for the last 14 seconds, I just want to say thank you very much, Councillor Gravels, for all your hard work to this city. I've had 3 residents comment today about the hard work you do and our cross-boundary effort with the trees. So thank you so much. I really applaud you and the hard work you do for our city and the residents. They're very, very thankful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alistair Chambers. So now we're going to vote on the amendment. So all those in favour?
Any against?
Any against? No abstentions? The amendment is carried. And it now becomes the substantive motion. Is there any further debate on this topic, please? No. Okay. Is everyone happy? We'll go to the...
Any further summing up?
Councillor Chambers, would you like to make any further closing speeches? Councillor Chambers, would you like to make any further closing speeches on this topic?
Yes, I'd like to again say that amazing work by Councillor Gravels. Thanks for keeping our residents safe. You did an amazing job. 30 years MBE, fantastic council, one of the best, not one of the best, the best in our city council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Chambers, we're now going to move on to the vote.
We vote on it again.
We're going to vote on it again. So,
As a substantive motion.
all those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alistair. My birthday was last month, not this month.
So it's Councillor Marshall to move the next motion, please. Councillor Marshall, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Taxis provide an important and valued service helping residents to get around our city, and it is important that people know how and where in the city to get a taxi from. Our city centre is consistently changing under the regeneration it is currently going under. As the foreign space opens and in the future the Greyfriars and Eastgate Market redevelopment happens, we need to consider where we place our taxi ranks. We have not had a review in 10 years of taxi ranks in the city centre. Since this time, the places where taxis are needed in the city centre has changed, with the regeneration of the city and the changing of the nightlife scene, with nightlife goers and students flocking to the quays as well as the famous Eastgate Strip. Currently, there are only 2 taxi ranks, Hackney carriage stands in the city centre, providing spaces for 14 vehicles. There are currently 7 at the Transport Hub and 7 at the Oxbow. The taxi rank at the railway station is privately owned and not included in council sites. With the rise of Uber, it is important that the local taxi operators can compete with this global company. It is important for the safety of residents and visitors to the city to know where they can get a taxi from and to travel home safely. Recently, I went out for a meal at the Quays and one of our group has a disability. They were unsure of where to get a taxi from in the Quays. There isn't an official one, but there's nothing ran by the council. It is important for the safety of vulnerable people, particularly those who are disabled, elderly and women who might be travelling alone and after a night out. We need to consider their safety. In compiling this motion, we have consulted with representatives from the taxi trade and their contribution has been very helpful. We have also involved the council's licensing team who are broadly supportive of the motion. This council therefore resolves to carry out a full review of taxi ranks, Hackney carriage stands in the city centre, consult with the public, taxi operators and local businesses to consider whether existing sites are still appropriate and if new sites and locations need to be provided. Consider the number of taxi ranks and the allocation of vehicle spaces at each site. Work with the County Council Highways Department in identifying new sites in the city centre. Identify new taxi ranks around the quays. Ensure that effective enforcement takes place at taxi ranks so that they are only used for taxis and not public parking. provide effective signage to inform and direct the public towards the nearest taxi rank. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Do you have a seconder? Councillor James, would you like to speak now or reserve the right?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll reserve the right.
Thank you. So there are no amendments, so we go on to the debate on the motion. Who would like to start? Councillor Alistair Chambers, thank you.
That was a fantastic motion. Thank you very much to the Labour group and Terry as leader. I thought that was phenomenally brilliant, and safeguarding women and vulnerable people was paramount to that. So I think that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you for bringing such a good motion. And Andrew Wells is such a great councillor. Thank you.
Councillor Brooker, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the Labour Group for bringing forward this motion. Just to make a few points, the Hackney carriage trade have been expressing their disappointment with the lack of taxi ranks within the city and the reduction of spaces to the current ranks for the last 12 months. Through the Hackney carriage and private hire trade meetings, the licensing team have been working with the trade to better understand their frustrations and open a line of communication with Gloucestershire County Council Highways. I know the licensing team and Chair of Licensing, Councillor Millard, have met with the trade on site and been walked through the problems they face on a day-to-day basis, and also looked at possible sites for Hackney carriage ranks, including the quays. An initial meeting has taken place with Highways, and all of the issues and concerns the trade have been passed on during this meeting. Therefore, we don't feel this motion is needed, and the Conservative Group will not be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Brooker. Councillor Shervey, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I, like lots of other people in this chamber, will be lucky enough to drive. And I'm also lucky enough to have a bus stop right outside my house. So I make very little uses of taxis. When I was reading the motion, I wasn't actually aware that there was much of an issue. So it's really good to bring this motion to council, and I fully support it. Lots of people, like homeless people, vulnerable on the streets, need to make use of these taxis, and they need to know where they can get a safe taxi from. And I wasn't aware that there's only two taxi carriage taxi ranks in Gloucester. So I fully support this, and we certainly need more taxi ranks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shervey. Councillor Lewis, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to explain why we're not. We're grateful. We agree with you. Yes, we need more taxi ranks. Wonderful. But the work is already being done. And it's all being. I just don't feel that we can double up on the officers' time. They're already doing it already. Do we need the motion? Yes, we need the taxi ranks and all the rest of it. And like Councillor Brooker said, it's we need it. Yes, absolutely. And we just, why do we need to double up when it's already being done? We've had the meetings and they're putting proposals already together. Do we need this motion? We need the taxi ranks. Do we need the motion? That's why we're going to be possibly voting against it, I'm afraid, purely because we think it's already been done and it's possibly a waste of time.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Gravels. Thank you.
So Councillor Lewis is right, and it does seem rather strange, doesn't it, saying, congratulations on the way you moved your motion and we agree with it all, but we're going to vote against it. That does seem slightly crazy, but for the reasons that Andy's outlined, that's why we're doing it, because we think the work is already being done. One thing nobody has mentioned so far is the operation of Uber coming into the city, and I think we have a duty to protect the lives of the people who employ people to drive taxis and private hire. And I think that against the Uber threat, we should be doing all we can to support them and ensure that they retain their livelihood as well as providing a great service to the public in Gloucester. So we agree with everything you said. We're going to vote against it, but please understand why. But also bear in mind the threat to people because of Uber coming into Gloucester. I don't know to what extent they're here, but I think they do pose a threat to people who work and gain their livelihood by looking after us, as you said, late at night and taking vulnerable people home. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Gravels. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, as we have said, you know, we had some debates about this, but we have spoken to officers within this service, and they have explained everything they have been doing. And not to disagree with my fellow colleague here, Mr. Councillor Andrew Gravels, I don't necessarily see Uber coming into the city as a threat. I think it can be advantageous to the city, the community, the people that use taxis. We've had debates in this chamber about there's not enough disabled taxis and things. So hopefully bringing more operators into this city can help alleviate some of the issues that we do have with people getting taxis. I agree completely with more ranks because it's benefit for everybody's safety, particularly vulnerable women or disabled people. So we agree with all this. And Uber, I spoke to a licensing officer quite recently who was doing some work in this warehouse, and he explained about the extra safety mechanisms that Uber have in place as well. So they're not the big scary Uber that they were when they originally started operating in this country. So I think there's benefits to everything. Ranks for the Hackney carriages, I think there's enough people, and we want more people to be able to use taxis safely. So I think it's only a good thing.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor O'Donnell, please. Thank you.
I would like to say we agree with this. It needs to be done really well, put together. But I think we're not looking at if you want about safety of the place, surely we should be putting the ranks outside the nightclubs where people come out pissed, drunk, and they won't be looking necessarily after their own safety. So if there's taxis right outside the nightclub already, people are going to go towards them. But great motion, I love it. And I really just want to say one more thing. Andrew Gravels, we salute you.
Is there anyone else that would wish to add to the debate?
Oh, Councillor Patel, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Patel. Thank you.
Brendan.
Councillor O'Donnell, could you put your microphone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The motion is definitely a good one. That said, as my colleagues have already alluded to, there is a lot of work going on behind the scenes with licensing officers. They also have regular meeting with the taxi trade as well. Brendan mentioned about nightclubs. As far as I can remember, there are some temporary taxi ranks near nightclubs. And there's one outside GL1 as well, I believe. I know unless I'm mistaken, I thought there's one outside GL1, which is a temporary one, just round the corner from Eastgate Street. I do personally know quite a lot of taxi drivers. A lot of them live in my ward, and from what I gather, many are transferring to or switching to Uber because of reasons around safety and efficiency and just a smooth service. But overall, I think the trade would welcome, more ranks. So let's see what the future holds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Is there any more contribution to the debate? Don't see any more hands up now. So,
Councillor James.
Councillor James, would you like to give your closing speech? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Very disappointed to hear that the Conservative group won't be supporting our motion. It is important to note that we did consult with officers and the taxi drivers themselves before we brought this motion, and we were encouraged by those officers particularly to bring the motion to council. It's 10 years since the last review, and as my councillor friend Marshall says, Gloucester's changing, and where people visit is changing. Businesses are constantly moving and evolving, so it is time to have a review, and I think it's important that we do it to support the taxi drivers themselves and the travelling public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. And Councillor Marshall, now it's left to you to give your closing speech, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think to summarise, I think that we do need consultation. the council officers have supported this, our ideas. So I think we need to carry it forward because, I mean, you look at young women and students coming to the city and they don't know where a taxi rank is. And, you know, there are a lot of vulnerable people out there in the city at the moment. You know, and we really need to support people and their safety, especially, you know, women might feel like they're being followed on a night out and they need to get to the taxi rank. I just feel like that we do need to listen to the public and what their views are, not just our own. So I do feel like Councillor James has said that we do need to take all of these things into consideration. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. So we are now going to vote on the motion. All those in favour? All those against? One abstention. Okay. 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Motion's carried.
The motion is carried. And the next motion is Councillor O'Donnell, please, and seconded by Councillor Bell. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will keep this brief because it's way past my bedtime. Basically, all I'm proposing is that we get a work schedule for the cutting in of grass and edging, because it never seems to be done at the same time and it causes nothing but chaos. And I get loads and loads of complaints. And I think it'd make our job easier if we had a schedule so that we can go back to people and say, look, this is a schedule, you know when it's going to be done. And that's pretty much the motion. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Your seconder, Councillor Bell, would you wish to speak now or reserve the right? Thank you, Councillor Bell. The first amendment is from the Liberal Democrat group.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councillor Fields.
Yeah, we're happy to withdraw our amendment because we intend to support the Conservative amendment to this motion.
So we now move to the Conservative amendment. Councillor Stephanie Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And we're very supportive of what Councillor O'Donnell is doing here. Yep. He's not in the meeting. Right. Yeah, so we support what Councillor O'Donnell's doing here. However, we do know that there are issues when, you know, sometimes I've been told as a ward councillor it's going to happen here, I let residents know, and then it doesn't. And then they get disappointed and their expectations are heightened. So I think it can cause extra confusion because it's so weather dependent. It just causes confusion when it doesn't happen and people get upset. So what we've proposed in this amendment is that it's done the other way round. So when they have done it, it is reported to us, I can't remember what it was now, on a monthly basis. So we know, and we've heard here this evening from the residents from Bainbury Road and from Councillor Graham, that what Ubico are saying is being done isn't necessarily the same as what they're seeing on the streets. So what we propose is, because Ubico's a big company, our officers aren't walking around our wards like we are. So to understand, if we're told it was done on last week, we know, our residents know whether that's done or not. We can help improve the data of what's going on. We can let Ubico and the officers know that actually we don't feel it was done, and then, you know, the communication's better. So that's what we're proposing, that we are informed when things are done and we can help improve the data if it's not.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Lewis, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. In essence, we would then provide the public the access to the website, which they will know if it's been done or not. They might not contact us so much, because if they can look it up themselves, that they've been, yes, their street was done at such and such a day. Then they can go back and say, no, it wasn't. Okay, so it's actually a bit more visible because the idea of cutting grass is so weather dependent. And in our lovely summer that we've just had, half the time the grass could not be cut because it left such a damn mess. You know, I mean, we couldn't do the trees, but any pollarding or any groundworks that needed to be done, it was impossible to do it. So how can you tell your residents it's going to be done next Tuesday when it's absolutely chucking it down rain? It's not going to happen. What you need to be able to do is say, yes, it's on the scheme of works, but on which day it was actually done. It's a lot more beneficial for us and for the people, the residents of Gloucester. The people on Baby Road, they might disagree with when it was done or how it was done and this, that and the other, but they can look on the website, it was supposed to be done. No, you can ring up and say, here to help. No, it wasn't done. Then we can get people back out and sort it out and we'll have a go at Sebastian again, or things like that. But, you know, it just makes it more user and public friendly. And I think, you know, it's a great motion, just needed tidying up and just turn it on its head to actually give the information to the public at large.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. So is the amendment accepted by Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Bell?
Yeah, I would like to say I do like the amendment. That's absolutely fine. But if we're going to go down that route, shouldn't they at least trim the grass at the same time they're cutting the grass? So they're doing the edges as well? Just putting that
Sorry,
out there.
Councillor O'Donnell, just a yes or a no is fine. So is the amendment accepted? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Thank you. So now we move on to debate on the amendment.
Sorry. Yeah, there's debate on the motion.
Debate on the motion, sorry. Would anyone like to start debate on this motion? Councillor Field, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, we don't necessarily agree with every single word of the amendment, but I think the spirit of it is absolutely right for what we need to do. The important thing to note about this issue is that all of these things are already done on a regular schedule. What we can't yet do necessarily is provide information in the same way that we might do for waste and recycling, because that phase of the digitisation was delayed by the previous administration due to cost. But we are looking into that now with possibly using Fix My Street, but it's a long-term project. As some councillors have already noted, the schedules for grounds maintenance are affected by the weather. So the grass is not cut when wet, the hedges are not cut during bird nesting season, the weed spraying notoriously is not done when it's wet or windy. So in this summer, we've had a lot of problems with that, because the opposite is true. If you spray for weeds when it's raining, you're just throwing money away. It's a complete waste of money. And then we get pilloried for wasting council money. So we've got to play it carefully here. This is a regular occurrence when we don't carry out the maintenance exactly as planned because of the weather. So an integrated system would have to have the capability to show the frequency and the last time something was done rather than when it was due. Because I think if we were to adhere to a really strict schedule, then all the ad hoc work would have to be stopped, which would not be popular with the residents or councillors. Or we could employ another team to do ad hoc requests at possibly about 120,000 per annum for 2 staff and a vehicle. That's what my team are telling me that's going to cost. And let's not forget also that the street care teams are used to bolster other services, particularly at Christmas time when they get really busy. So I think advertising the schedule would inevitably lead to more complaints about a perceived poor service when actually, in reality, they are doing a good job and they're meeting all their KPIs. And these complaints would then take up more council resources from the customer services team and having to reply to them. The answer about grass cutting and strimming, why can't it be done at the same time? It's a different team. They have a different skill set. They're different operatives, different vehicles. It can't be done at the same time. I get asked this a lot by councillors, and it's not the case. So that's why. And the roads, the streets are swept every 2 weeks, and they have trackers on them. And I can confirm that Bainbury Road is swept every 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Any more for debate? Oh, Councillor James, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to propose a possible halfway house, in that until recently I used to work in the highways department, and the highways make good use of social media to publicise when roadworks are going to be in a certain area or when roads are going to be closed. Now, given that these days weather forecasting is pretty accurate when you get close, is it not something that the grounds maintenance department could say on a Monday, post on social media, this Monday we're doing Kingsway, you know, and obviously with a rider saying this is weather dependent, because you could get caught out, but at least that would be communicating to the public in advance of it happening.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Patel, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This motion is good. I welcome the motion because so many times we get asked questions about maintenance and we don't have a clue. We have to send emails come back. And then we end up in this chain of back and forth, time being wasted. Precious time being wasted by councillors and officers. So what better way than to have a schedule with some sort of a traffic light signal system so we know what's been done, when it's been done, what's still outstanding. Not only we can go on the website as councillors and check it and review it, but so can the public. And you're saying about more complaints. Councillor Field is talking about more complaints coming in. But why would there be more complaints? Residents could see on the website exactly as far as what the schedule is, what's been done and what hasn't been done. So I don't think that's, I disagree with you on that point. There was also a mention about alleyway maintenance and also litter picking being done on time. But I can just give you a couple of examples now where you can't always take what Ubico tell you on face value, okay? There needs to be some due diligence and we have to do our own homework. And give you some examples. Outside my house a few weeks ago, there was a piece of paper and a bottle. Now, I regularly get some gloves on and pick up litter pick from one end of the street halfway along to the other side and on the opposite side as well. This time I didn't get around to it because I was rushing to work. And when I came home, it was still there. But when I was leaving for work, I noticed a litter picker. And I noticed when I got home, it was still there. And Ubico, when I sent an email to ask if the street had been litter picked, I was told, yes, it's been litter picked, which is not true because they didn't pick up this litter on Conduit Street. So let's not believe everything they tell us. If residents from Bainbury Road are telling us it hasn't been done, then it hasn't been done. Let's listen to them. Why do we always have to be right? It's not about who's right or wrong. It's about making sure the job gets done, that we're paying for it. The residents and taxpayers are paying for a service. And if they're not getting the service, then we need to make sure they should be getting their services. Let's talking about KPIs, give you another example about alleyway maintenance. Alleyway maintenance, 3 months previously, I sent an email from a resident requesting alleyways to be cleaned. In 3 alleyways around his street, which had a gating order, so they were closed. I asked the alleyways to be cleaned, and 3 months later, I get a chaser from the resident asking when it's going to get cleaned, because it hasn't been done.
The member's not talking to the motion, he's talking about whole loads of other issues.
Sorry, can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? It's very rude to interrupt me, Councillor Hilton.
I will allow Councillor Patel to finish his point, please. Thank you.
Well, I am talking about the motion. I'd just like to finish off.
Discretion if you want to allow.
Nolan principles, we have to respect them.
Councillor Hilton, I take your point, but I'm going to allow
I'd just like to
Councillor
finish
Patel
by
to
saying,
continue his point.
I'd just like to finish off by saying I agree with the independents. I think Councillor Gravels is the most hard-working, conscious and dedicated councillor that the city has ever had. And I stand by that. He wins elections by a huge, huge majority that we can only dream of. And that's because he's well respected by his hard work, by his constituents for his hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Thank you. Is there any further debate? Okay.
In which case, Councillor Bell?
In which case, Councillor Bell, would you like to give a summing up speech? No? Councillor O'Donnell, would you like to sum up for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not quite sure what Councillor Field was saying there, because my hearing aid died, but I understand about, I'm sure you said something about 2 different teams doing the work. Surely then they should be working together, not just pulling apart. And I totally agree with Councillor Patel that Ubico are not always doing what they say they're going to do. The chances are, if they're saying that they've been down Bainbury Road and you've got a tracker on the vehicle, they are literally just driving down and not doing any of the work. But yeah, other than that, I agree with the motion, with the amendment. And I also, actually, again, thank you, Andrew Gravels. Been such a great councillor.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. So if there's no further, we're now going to vote on the motion.
As amended.
As amended. So all those in favour? Okay. Anyone against? No abstentions? Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you.
We are 1 minute away from the...
We are now at the point when we have to ask if you would like to continue with the meeting or whether the meeting should close. And the rules are...
The vote is whether or not councillors wish to close the meeting.
The vote is whether or not councillors wish to close the meeting. And it must be 2/3 who vote in favour of that decision.
So those in favour of closing the meeting?
Those in favour of closing the meeting?
3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's got that. It's 5. Okay, those against?
Those against?
Okay, the meeting continues.
The meeting continues. Thank you. So the next motion is Councillor O'Donnell, please, and seconded by Councillor Graham. Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. Now, I would like to say, I'm going to make this quite quick. I was recently at a scrutiny committee and Councillor Field actually said he's going to look at the costings of the bin, which is pretty much all I'm asking for anyway in this document. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I've asked for.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. So your seconder is Councillor Graham. Would you like to speak now, Councillor Graham, or reserve the right? Thank you.
On to debate.
So there's no amendments on this motion, so we now go on to debate. Who would like to start? Councillor Stephanie Chambers, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Brendan. I know this is something you're really passionate about and you spoke about it a lot of times. And I personally would love to have one of these bins. It would make my life a lot more easier. It would definitely reduce some litter on the streets because the bins get blown over and the lids get blown off. However, I think as a council, we do need to prioritise what was this again?
The grass cutting and bins and stuff, reduction and things.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I've got the wrong thing. We're not talking recycling, are we? No. Right, I'll start again. We're not talking recycling, we're talking green bin. Yeah, so yeah, sorry, I got confused with this, another one that Brendan mentioned before. So yeah, we can't support this because there are other ways that people can get rid of their green waste. Matts and Robertson and White City is one of the areas that has the most green space in the city. And it would be really great if there could be some sort of community composting there that maybe would fulfil this need and at no cost to the city council and the residents. So that's why I can't support this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Lewis, please.
Like a duo tonight, aren't we? It was me that brought in grass cutting and green bins and all the rest of it. We had a 500 grand sum of money, should we say, given to us by DEFRA. Could we afford to do it then? No. Could we afford to do it after DEFRA? Everybody had a green bag or something. Most people put their toys in it. It wasn't used for grass cutting and stuff like that. Now, we got to a stage where people are used to paying for it. And it works. Now, to take that back off, can't do it. To give rebates, reductions for people with disabilities, we already do it. And we're by far the best in the whole county. So there's no way we can support this because the council can't support it money-wise. So it's a nice idea, Brendan, and I applaud you for keeping your persistence or whatever, but I just can't vote for it because we just can't do it, and we give the best discounts in the county anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Jones, please.
I broadly agree with Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Graham about this. However, schemes already exist, obviously discounted green waste bins, but all households with council support could limit the need for collection by reducing recycling, repurposing their own waste with their own free discounted compost bins. This would empower and engage our local community to enhance the biodiversity and microclimate in their own gardens. Allotment holders, Gloucestershire Wildlife Trust, garden shredders, community gardeners, environmental savvy local gardeners could offer advice in community hubs, alternative ways to mitigate collection of green garden waste, and offer training and demonstrations on how, on low or no garden maintenance. Building on no mow may, enhancing one's own garden allows birds, bees, bugs, butterflies and hedgehogs a head start to thrive in the garden, a natural way of dealing with pests. Leaving gardens to blossom provides natural shades, lowers temperatures, allows rain to feed the soil more slowly, so flooding is less likely. Autumn builds leaf mould, a garden's black gold, a garden elixir for the soil. Felled trees, pruned branches make excellent wood chips to use on the garden to retain moisture to allow a garden to thrive in the future. In late winter and early spring, with hand shears or a hedge trimmer, mulch the small cuttings around your plants to suppress weeds, saves water, improves the soil. Finally, logs can be repurposed from edges, paths, borders, wildlife to hibernate over the winter. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Is there any more? Councillor Field, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whilst we can see the aims of the motion, we have to remember that this is a discretionary service that the council offers. And actually, I think that the green waste service is very good value for money. It's £31 for the subsidised amount, or it's £53 for residents. And we use it, and I think it's very good. And it equates to about £2.50 a week, a month. You know, and that's, you know, that might be a lot for some, but actually, if you don't have to spend the money on the service, you can just get a compost bin. You don't even, sometimes you get given them, or you can go on the website and get a subsidised one for £15 discount. And we did this, it's very good bin. There are 1,371 residents currently on the subsidised service for green waste, which would cost the council £42,500 to take that away if we made it free. And then we'd have to think about how many other residents might sign up then if it became free for anybody on benefits. So we would have to probably increase the service and probably take on more vehicles to account for that. And that would involve inevitably more costs for the council, which at the moment we just can't afford. Now, we're very happy to keep taking a look at this. Of course we are. In the budget process, we will look at the cost of it. We'll look at the amount of months it's provided and whether we want to do anything on that. But I can't guarantee, I can't make any promises about whether we can possibly reduce it, or I certainly don't think we can make it free. We just haven't got the money. So that's why we will be voting against this motion, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Councillor Hilton, please.
I'm glad we've actually got round to debating this motion, because the last council meeting, I think the mover walked out and didn't propose it and we didn't debate it. So it's worth doing that. And I think he went on record as suggesting that if people don't get their free green bin, then they should burn the waste and sod it. Well, I don't think that's a responsible thing for any member of this council to say. What you should be saying is, if you don't want to purchase, hire effectively the bin collection, the green bin, then the alternative is to get yourself a compost bin. You can buy them pretty cheap as it is, or you could even build your own one out of some of the materials that might be left over in the garden. I think the other thing is that it is a discretionary service, and it was nice when it was free of charge. But we got to understand that we can't raise the revenue to do it. And if we could raise the revenue, if there was no cap on the council tax, what we're suggesting here is that the people who've got a garden get the free bin and the collections, and the people that live in apartments and elsewhere actually have their council tax put up, so the people that Brendan's concerned about can have a free bin. I don't think that's the way forward. I do think it's right that members of this council dismiss this motion, vote it out, and then we can get it. I mean, it really is a motion. If the independents really want to do it, then they need to cost it all, Madam Mayor, and they need to move a budget amendment at the budget meeting. And I mean, Brendan can go and do that. He can do all his homework and he can propose it. And I'll be interested to see where he gets the money to fund a service like he's proposing. It is an additional expense on this council. We have not got a lot of money. We've got a council that is trying to recover from austerity cuts, the funding it's got, and we just need to put our additional resources, if we can find them, into other areas of council services which need to be improved, not give, frankly, a freebie for a discretionary service.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. Councillor Chambers-de-Bus, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it would be lovely if everyone could have affordable green waste. But yeah, financially, I just don't think that it's a realistic possibility at the moment to be able to make greater cuts or to provide it free to some people who are on benefits or disabled and things like that. And yes, Jeremy said, bring it as a budget amendment. You cost it, work out where that money's going to come from to pay for this, and then for the other people that are going to want to sign up because they can get it for free. But yeah, in the meantime, we do need to be looking at things like composting and the more sustainable options. We've got loads of expertise in the city, people like the Wildlife Trust, lots and lots of people. And we should be tapping into that and finding more sustainable solutions for people to manage their gardens and their garden waste.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers-de-Bus. Councillor Patel, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can see where Brendan's coming from, but I don't get hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people contact me asking me for a free green waste service. I'm not sure whether many other members do so or not. And if the demand isn't there from thousands and thousands of our constituents asking for this service, then you've got to question whether is it really necessary and the costs involved in bringing such a service free of charge to all residents. Just a few examples of costings. The additional cost of purchasing or increasing the vehicle fleet. It's going to cost hundreds of thousands to buy additional bins, drivers to drive the fleet, fuel costs, maintenance costs of the vehicles. You're looking at residents who don't have the storage space for the bins as well. Has that been considered? There's a lot of factors to consider before you think we can, what may be a good idea in principle, and whether it's something that can be deliverable or not by this council, subject to the costs. But by all means, as the leader has said, if you can come up with the figures and costing, then be happy to look at that again. But at the moment, I'm certainly not getting a demand from residents in Barton and Treadworth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Is there anyone else wish to contribute to the debate?
In which case, Councillor Graham.
In which case, Councillor Graham, would you like to give a closing speech, please? So, Councillor O'Donnell, would you like to sum up then, please? Thank you.
Thank you, yes. That's all good and well, and I agree, I should do it as a budget thing and costings, but just to make you all aware that I've got people in our wards that obviously do have fires, and more people are having garden fires because they won't do the green bin waste. We have started a community compost in Matson, but not too many people take them up on the offer to use it. And all I can say is, obviously, a few weeks back, I was referred to in the press as Bonfire Brendan, for telling people to burn their green waste. And I will still do that if they need to do it. If they can't do the green bin, they'll have to burn it, and I will stand by that. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much. Oh, and Jeremy, I see you've got a real bee in your bonnet tonight. Really, anger management would be work great for you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. We're going to move on now to
Oh, can I just say one thing? Andrew Gravels, we salute you again, mate.
Okay, we're going to move on to a vote on the motion, please. All those in favour? All those against? The motion is lost. I'm just going to ask if people would like to have a small comfort break before we move on to the next two motions. So shall we say 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Does that sound about right? Thank you very much. welcome back, everyone. We have two motions to do, so let's resume the debate, resume the proceedings. Thank you very much. So, the next motion is proposed by Councillor Alistair Chambers and seconded by Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed council members and long-suffering flooded residents of Bainbury Road, Gloucester, I rise today to address the pressing issue that has quite literally washed into our homes. The City Council's stellar approach to road sweeping, or shall I say lack thereof. Yes, because who needs clean streets when we all enjoy a delightful autumn tradition of leach mulch, road rivers and flooded living rooms? Now, we all know that leaves fall every year, so it's not exactly a surprise. But for some reason, this council seems to treat the annual event like a plot twist in a thriller movie. What, leaves again in November? Who would have seen this coming? And then there's the litter. Oh, the litter. Gloucester streets now look like the aftermath of Glastonbury Festival, where the headliners were McDonald's wrappers and energy drink cans. Our drains are so clogged with leaves and rubbish that they stop being drains and have become an urban pond. Gloucester's new tourist attraction, the Canal of Council Neglect. I've always wondered where that nursery came from. Dr. Foster, who went to Gloucester in a shower of rain. He stepped in the puddle right up to his middle and never went there again. That's what's happening. No one's coming here again because this city's failing. It's leaving a mess. Car parks, have you heard, full of heroin users. And I've got videos of it and videos of illegal drug taking, which I've presented to directors of the council. So let's talk about the consequences, because they're not so funny. Families and elderly people are watching their homes flood, their carpets are soggy, their furniture is floating and their blood pressure is sky high. Meanwhile, the council is likely drafting an emergency plan that involves sticking a mop in the middle of the road and hoping for the best. I mean, we all understand budget constraints, but let's get real. Not sweeping the roads isn't saving money, it's just turning the problem into a bigger, wetter, more expensive mess. And where are the street sweepers in all this? On holiday, stuck in traffic, retired early? The council's saying written answers that they sweep the road every 2 days. You've heard from concerned residents whose homes, all these people that attended homes have been flooded, and they felt that this council ignored them and they walked out of the meeting. That is really sad. And the elderly lady at the front, we went down when the flooding was there and I saw her in her slippers, waiting by the door, panicked, crying. She lived by herself, while the water literally lapped at the step. 2 hours later, the water had gone over there and it was in her front room and she just paid for the new floor and it literally ruined her. Her late husband's furniture and whatnot is all destroyed. I asked about a flood fund to the council and I was told nothing, no help, no advice. I asked if they could go down and speak to the residents, nothing. So this isn't a council that cares. This is a council that doesn't care and we need to start caring. And these people gave their time up today to come out and voice their opinions and ask for help. And they left and upset. And these are people whose homes have been flooded. And a lot of these people are elderly. They're retired. And you know what? 2 of them have put their homes on the market. And I'm not making that up. 2 of them have put their homes on the market and you'll see it. And that's sad. That they're even willing to sell their house at a cut down loss that they've worked all their life for because Gloucester City Council aren't sweeping the leaves up. And don't take this as it's you. It's been an ongoing problem. It's not just this year under the Lib Dems. It's been previous years. So it's not a political failing. It's a management failing. And this needs to be covered. It's people's homes. It's people's belongings. I'll tell you what. If you saw that lady's face, that elderly lady's face, and the waters in that house, it was absolutely horrific. And I beg you, if you got an ounce of upsetness, you could go down and just speak to the residents and see what they're dealing with. And this is a road that should not flood. And then it's really, really upsetting to see in questions that, oh, we sweep roads, but we're not going to tell you when we sweep it. But apparently you do it every 2 weeks, but you're not going to tell them. The problem is cars park on the side of the roads. And if you're not telling people you're going to come and clean, their cars will be parked there. Tell them you're coming to clean, and most likely they'll move their cars. It's common sense. The rubbish doesn't form in that side, it gets pushed to the gutter, and you're not cleaning the gutters. It's absolutely ridiculous not to tell residents where you're coming to clean the road. And you know what? Just tell them that there's a chance it might be plus a day or minus a day, but at least they'll probably take the benefit of moving off the road. Highways manage to do it. They advise people when they're doing pothole repairs and whatnot. But this city council that apparently goes around every house, street in the city, predominantly Bainbury Road, and cleans it every 2 weeks is a lot of nonsense. And if you disagree with them, are you calling those 20 residents that gave their time up today liars? Because that's what you're doing, Cabinet Member for Environment, and that is very, very disappointing. They're not liars. They're people whose homes have been sodded and ruined as a direct result of this council. And I see your hand going up, and I hope you're saying, what we're going to do is look at this. We're going to see it. We're going to put the money. You respond afterwards.
Yeah.
Put an order
Thank you, Councillor Chambers.
Look after these residents. It's appalling what you're doing. I've got 8 seconds
Thank you,
left.
Councillor Chambers. You practically over time, but
Madam
Councillor
Chairman.
Field would like to
The
make a
clock
point.
starts and I'm not talking, so I've got 8 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say that I've enjoyed quite a lot from Councillor Chambers this evening, and I think that's beyond the pale. I've said nothing of the sort about those residents. I would have been very happy to have met with them and talked with them, but I wasn't given that opportunity because of all the shouting from the public gallery. I'm encouraged by Councillor Chambers, I have to say, and I find it unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you,
Point
Councillor
of order, I
Field.
get to a response.
Councillor Chambers, you do need to not personalise your attacks, and that is a valid point. That is a valid point.
With the greatest respect, and going by the Constitution, under Article 10 of the British law,
You have 8 seconds left.
I have the right to challenge a member, and it goes under enshrined law and protection of law, and you can welcome to that. So my point still stands. Please go and see these residents, speak to them what you're going to do, and actually get a backbone.
So your seconder is Councillor Graham. Would you like to speak now? Thank you.
I just want to elaborate on the importance of transparency. It's not Sorry, I just want to elaborate on the importance of transparency with members of the public. A couple of my neighbours have said that they're planning to move away from their property due to these floods, and I think that's wrong. And I would also like to reiterate that the 2-week sweep does not take place. And if it does, I would like to see a report on when it took place, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. So we have an amendment from the Liberal Democrats. Thank you. And that will be proposed by Councillor Field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, there's an amendment which has been circulated, which it notes the text of the motion. We've left it unchanged, but we've added some actions at the bottom. So this council notes the text of the motion above. This council further notes that Bainbury Road is confirmed as being swept by Ubico every 2 weeks. Council resolves to write to Gloucestershire County Council asking them to ensure that gullies are regularly cleaned in this area if this is not already being done, and work with Severn Trent, encouraging them to invest in greater sewage capacity in order to deal with runoff from the road and mitigate against the effect of climate change. If I could briefly speak to this amendment, Madam Mayor. The flooding mechanism at Bainbury Road is much more complex than just sweeping the streets. The receiving sewer system at this location is potentially under capacity, and this has been confirmed by Severn Trent. It's causing ponding of water to the front of properties on Bainbury Road and other locations, as during the heavy rainfall, it won't drain away due to the sewer being full. It is already being swept for leaves once a fortnight, and that is confirmed by Ubico. And there have been many, many comments this evening about it and doubting Ubico's word. The Ubico sweepers are tracked. They even track the speed. So we know that they were going at sweeping speed. If they were just driving down there and driving back, why would they do that? They would be going at a speed greater than they were going at, which is a sweeping speed. So we can put that one to bed right now. And the critical agency you've left out of this motion, which I can't really believe, is Severn Trent. You don't mention them at all. You mention working with others, but you don't mention Severn Trent. They are the one that's the most important in this. They have reviewed their hydraulic model of the area and initially suggested that the receiving sewer system is under capacity. During heavy rain, any runoff collected by the gullies is unable to drain away as the sewer is full. Until Severn Trent have investigated and potentially resolved these problems, attempts to let more water into the system would be unsuccessful. It is impossible to prevent future flooding due to climate change, the location of the properties, etc. And there was also something about the residents removing the wall up to the front of their properties, which doesn't help matters. But the residents are empowered to take action to prevent flooding themselves, and they have a right and a responsibility to do that. There is floodproof doors available, self-sealing air bricks and reinstatement of the boundary wall that I just mentioned. They are all recommended. Now, the City Council is working really hard with all the relevant agencies for a solution, and I take this really seriously. And I was disappointed to hear from those residents this evening that they have had this dreadful problem. But to accuse me of what I was accused of earlier, I think is beyond the pale.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Hyman.
Councillor Hyman. Do you wish to speak now, Councillor Hyman, or reserve the right?
Sorry?
You speak now?
Yeah, I reserve the right.
You reserve the right. Okay, thank you. Is the amendment accepted by the mover and seconder of the motion? Just a yes or no we need, please.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's not a waste of time moving and saying yes or no. Well,
That's fine.
obviously no, it's pathetic.
Okay.
Right, hold on. Okay. Right, in which case we go on to debate on the amendment.
So we now go on to debate on the amendment. I'd just like to remind everyone that during the debate, please keep the exchanges civil and not to personalise the attacks on anyone. I would very much appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Pullen, I believe, was first. Thank you.
I'm incensed. I am incensed by the word liar and by the word get a backbone. This cabinet member, irrespective of politics, is doing the best he can, as they all are. Councillor Chambers, tone your language. Consider the principles. You are out of order. In terms of road sweeping and block drains, as the cabinet member has said, that is the responsibility of Severn Trent. I believe road sweeping is as well the responsibility of the county council. Now, Councillor Chambers, you are a county councillor, so I assume you will be taking a similar to the county council to ask them to address their aspect of looking after the roads as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor O'Donnell, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to say, I mean, this isn't the first time it's flooded down there, not the first time they've had to renew everything in the house. Even Wellcross Road floods, and it's not just from cleaning the gutters and stuff like this, it's the ditches that on the fields not cleaned, everything, it all has some impact on it. But what I would like to see now are the dates and times of when the road sweepers were allegedly there, as we can actually show lots of CCTV footage to the contrary. So if we could do that, would be great. I mean, the Ubico, their idea of cleaning leaves, blow them off the road, let them stay where they are. I've seen it myself. They blow them off the road onto the pavement, and then they leave it. So by the next day, they're back in the gutters anyway. So it makes no sense to me why you even bother letting them do it. But yeah, so that's it. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Hilton, please.
I think the attempt to gaslight others in this council about a problem that was caused quite clearly by the Severn Trent drainage system being old and inadequate is a real problem. I had the same problems in Kingsholm. Did I come to the council and attack the cabinet member for sweeping the streets? No, I didn't. I got in contact with Severn Trent and I pushed them and pushed them. In the end, £11 million was spent on new drainage system in Kingsholm, and the streets such as St Catherine Street, Kingsholm Road and up have not flooded when it's been stormy weather because I took action there. What they're doing is a very lazy motion to blame the City Council and to tell the public they're blaming the City Council because they're not prepared to get engaged with Severn Trent and persuade Severn Trent to do something about their drainage system. Secondly, we've not seen a motion to the County Council asking the County Council to make sure that the gullies are cleaned I mean, you know, if there's a bit of a problem with some leaves and it's pouring down with rain, if the water's flooding, you just go and rattle it with a stick and that'll stop it. But it's not stopping it because the system can't cope. And it's famous in older parts of the city. They were combined sewer drainage systems, not like the modern drainage stuff, which has got the capacity to deal with the storms that we're getting nowadays. What the mover of the motion should be doing is dealing with the issue where it happens. He's an engineer, he's a builder. He knows damn well that it's a drainage system that's underneath that's a problem. But he wants to come here and blame the council because they didn't sweep the streets one week or didn't. We checked with Ubico, it's done on a fortnightly case. We need to support the amendment and then we need to vote through that recommendation so that it's clear, and if Councillor Chambers is really concerned about it, I'd like to see him do the same at Shire Hall and ask the County Council to make sure that gullies are regularly cleaned and they don't get blocked. I bet he doesn't do that because he gets told off by his mates there.
Thank you, Councillor Hilton. And just a reminder, excuse me, Councillor Chambers.
He's alluding to corruption, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hilton, just to, as the request has been put out to everyone, to try not to personalise things, but thank you. Right, and we now have Councillor Lewis, please. Thank you.
I understand. Is they're going to monitor how good it is and whatever. I don't think you can actually do any more than that. That because there are intrinsic problems. Every old street in this city has got problems with drainage. I'll tell you that now. You go down St Oswald's under the Luther Bridge. You go in Treadworth, it's exactly the same because they're old and not up to it. So it is up to Severn Trent to actually investigate, sort out, and put their money put our money where their mouth is, you know, because we're paying them, and all we can do is try and do it every 2 weeks, provide the data so that the residents will say, well, it's been done. Here's the bloke going round and whatever, but the actual gullies aren't fit for purpose. That is the problem. So it is a Severn Trent problem. It's very, very unfortunate for the people in Baby Road. I grant you that. They're between a rock and a very wet place. So this is the best that we can do for the City Council, I think, at the moment. Not 100% happy with it, but it's the best as long as it's monitored and tell the residents, not so much when it's going to come or whatever, but show them it was done on that day. Give them the data. Give them the actual speeds of the vehicle going down there. Because they're not going to go down there at 2 miles an hour. I'll tell you that. If they're pulling a fast one, they're going a lot quicker. So it's unfortunate for the people of Baby Road, but I think this council are very limited to what they can actually do when it comes to major sewage works and stuff like that. The 5 million tank down at the Westgate car park, Severn Trent, nothing to do with us, but it did stop all the flooding. So, and if you get in touch with the environmental agency, they might say, go here and do this, do that. It's something that's not quite right, and it's not the people's fault. It's not the cabinet member's fault. He's doing the best he can, like Terry said. But there is only so much he can do. So let him keep on doing the job and surveying and providing information to the people at Bainbury Road, if at all possible. You know, say it was going at 2 miles an hour at so time. All right, that is, and if you've got CCTV that will actually say no, it wasn't, then you need to have a talk. At the moment, I'm going to accept this amendment and go with it from there.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Patel, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to touch on the point about Ubico, whether they did or didn't attend Bainbury Road. I'm not giving examples myself, which I backed up. So we mustn't always take Ubico's word as gospel. Okay, first and foremost, when we talk about leaves getting swept or not getting swept, just to give you an example, in my ward outside my house, 2 doors away, there's a tree, and there was stacks and stacks of leaves on the pavement and the road. And when I requested for the leaves to be swept, nothing happened. I had to chase up again for the leaves to be swept, and I was told maybe if I myself and the residents bagged it all up, and then Ubico would come and collect it. And in the end, two Ubico crew members attended, and they spent 45 minutes sweeping up nearly 8 big sacks of leaves, which they took away. And this, very disappointingly, directly across the road, there's another tree on another road, on a tea junction. And the leaves were similarly strewn all over the pavement and the road, and blocking all over the drains as well. Did they touch it? No, they didn't. They didn't touch it. They only did because I requested it to be done here. That's all they did. And I begged for it to be done here. Yet, right across the road, they didn't bother. Now, how this works, I don't understand, but we need to make sure that there is a schedule and they're doing it. I mean, you talk about 2 weeks turnaround. Is that only for Bainbury Road where there's an issue of flooding, or is that across the city? Because if it's across the city, it's certainly not happening in Barton and Treadworth. And just on the issue of flooding on Painswick Road, I think it was back in September when we had that real heavy rainfall. I was driving along Painswick Road between Eastern Avenue and Reservoir Road, I believe, and the water was on the road and on the pavement. And the panic on the residents' faces, this poor lady and her husband and a neighbour, they were standing outside in the road asking drivers to slow down, to not drive into the puddle, because the water was then directly going into their homes. It was really sad to see that. But I do think this is not purely the responsibility of the City Council, as many have already said. It has to be a collaborative effort with Gloucestershire Highways, City Council and Severn Trent, and the residents and the communities, whether it's in Matson, whether it's in Tuffley, whether it's in Barton and Treadworth. It is something that is a problem. It is a big problem, but the leaves need to be swept, not just ignored. Ubico drive around the areas, drive across the city, collecting or emptying our bins, recycling, litter picking. So they should be able to see, identify where the issues are, and they should go back and say, this is where the problems are, this is what we need to do. Not just sit there, do nothing about it, and wait for residents to report it before they not only report it, but then have to chase up before anything gets done. Let's get on to it.
Councillor Patel, that is time. Thank you very much. Councillor Trimnall.
I know we're on the amendment, but I actually really want to put forward 15.13B, which is for it to go to the vote now.
So the question...
You're asking...
I'm putting it to the vote if the question is now put...
Now be put.
Now be put.
To the vote.
Without any further debate.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Madam Mayor, I
On the
reserve the right to come back as a seconder. Pardon? Oh, okay.
So who is in favour of...
That the question now be put.
That the question now be put. Any against?
Right. So that's carried.
So that is now carried.
You'd like me, Madam Mayor, to ask that the question now be put according to the Constitution on the substantive resolution.
So the mover of the original motion has the right of reply, and then we'll move straight on.
To the vote on the amendment.
To the vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, it's great to know that you guys don't want to debate people's homes who are flooding and you just want to go straight to the vote. So, and Harold wanted to say something and he's obviously not got the opportunity, and I bet it would have been something very good. But anyway, there was comments made that why don't you go to Severn Trent? Well, I do, and I deal with Severn Trent, and I know all the officers and surveyors on first term basis, a name basis. I deal with them daily. why don't you go to highways? Yeah, I've gone to highways, and when I ask them to clean drains, they go around and clean the drains, and my highways manager is absolutely fantastic, the new one and my previous one. So yeah, I do that as well. And then apparently the residents, I use the word lie, because apparently it's either one, somebody's telling the truth or somebody's not. It's simple, it's either yes or no. You say that Uberco have been there, they say you haven't. So it's either the truth in the matter, they either have or they haven't. But for 20 residents and the landlord of the pub, all with CCTV, I've never seen them go by, somebody's telling the truth and somebody's lying. And it's just, that's how it is. And I'll tell you what, it's bloody sad seeing that lady in her house breaking down. It's absolutely terrible. And it is just so sad. It was heartbreaking. And you know what? I had to look her in the face and promise her that I'll do the best I can. And you know what? I've tried my bloody hardest. I've tried my hardest. And you know what?
Could you moderate your language, please?
Apologies,
Thank you,
Madam Mayor. It's just
Councillor
I'm very passionate about it. And I've got to face these people and apologise to them. Apologise to them for ending debate on their homes being flooded. So I have gone to Severn Trent, I have gone to highways, I have gone to drainage, I have been to the highways manager, and I thought I'll come and speak to you as a city council who sweep the leaves, and just to ask you to just say when you sweep the leaves, when you're going to do it, so people can move their cars and the roads can be swept up. I'm so sorry for asking such a horrendous thing of giving us a timetable of when you sweep the leaves. I'm truly sorry, and I'm such a bad councillor for asking you to give me a timetable for when you sweep the leaves. And it's a terrible thing to me asked on behalf of the 80-year-old lady whose home was flooded. So I stand here today and I apologise. I really do apologise for asking for a lady who's worked all her life for her family home that's been flooded because leaves. And you say at Severn Trent it's not. I removed the leaves and they went. And I've got video evidence on my phone, Reservoir Road and Bainbury Road of that. And on a further note, Wellcross Road, steepest road in Gloucester, on gradient, their homes are flooding. Their homes are flooding because the Robinswood Hill drainage and the channels aren't being cleaned. They're not. I've got Rangers evidence, I've got emails from Rangers, I've got telephone footage, I've got live footage. So this is a bigger problem, a really bigger problem. I was hoping we're going to debate that and actually look to prove to the residents that we do care for their homes, but hey, lads, we tried. We tried, and we're going to see them. I'm going to apologise to them. And I'll tell you what, shame on you.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. So we are now going to vote on the amendment. All those in favour? Any against? Thank you.
Carried, and
That is carried.
becomes the substantive
So
motion.
the amendment becomes the substantive motion.
Using the same constitutional reference, can I ask that the motion, we now go to the question now be put on the substantive.
The question now be put.
Is everyone in favour of the question now being put? Yeah? All those in favour? The question now be put. And all those in favour of that? Seems quite a lot of hands going up. Okay.
Those again?
Those against?
Okay. That's carried.
That is carried.
So,
Councillor Chambers, you have another right of reply.
I wish all councillors were like Andrew Gravels. He's one of the best councillors here. He's served this city for 30 years. He's got an MBE, and
I think we need to stop it there. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor
I truly
Chambers. Thank you, Councillor Chambers. I think that's quite enough. Right, let's go to the vote.
vote on the motion as amended.
We are now going to vote on the motion as amended. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions?
Okay, that amended motion is carried.
That amended motion is carried. Thank you. And now the final motion of the evening, proposed by Councillor Lewis and seconded by Councillor Walker. Thank you, Councillor Lewis.
Best to last. Now, come on. I don't know if you know my personal history, should we say, going back to, I was brought up on a small holding, started work at 18 years old as an artificial inseminator of cows. Natural service everywhere else, but anyway, so I know what I'm talking about when it comes to farming because I did 30 years actually working on farms. Now, you have to understand how farms work and how they are passed on and whatever. They're all families. They used to have the odd pension fund come in and buy this, that and the other, but that went by the by many years ago. The county council used to own farms. That's gone by the by. So all you're left with is family-owned farms. Now, if they can't inherit that farm, we're losing farms. It's just plain logic. And if they get taxed on it, because they're acid-rich and money-poor. Okay? Now, to actually keep a farm going, they want to buy a new combine harvester. £500,000. Okay? Now, that's got to come from somewhere, and that's either a loan or it's a mortgage on the farm, which probably their granddad let them inherit and whatever. So when that person who owns the combine harvester or whatever dies, they still got a lot of money owing. So the farm has to be sold because the kids can't actually buy the farm. It's an absolute joke. If they have to then start stumping up sort of death duties and all this lark, it's a joke. The farming industry is a massive thing that keeps Tesco's going, keeps us all in food and this, that and the other. Now, we had some floods in Valencia. 10% of our fruit that came from there. Why? Why can't we produce it ourselves? Because we're getting warmer. We can have palm trees in Torquay. Why can't we have Jaffa oranges in Glasgow? I don't know. But if you get rid of the farms, there's no farmers. And there's no food on the table. Suddenly then, you want about a food crisis, you've got one hell of a crisis then, when there's no food to be had. We had Mr. Putin invaded Ukraine, the breadbasket of Europe. Suddenly, all your food went up. Because we can't produce it in this country. And if you're getting rid of farmers, it doesn't make. And who's going to be the farmers if there's no farms to inherit? If you've got the son, you can go to a university and learn how to do it. No, you can't. There's lots of things that I know about a cow. I'll tell you that. You can't learn in a classroom. You can't do it. How you knows them, how you actually physically do the job. I'm sorry, it's just a complete nonsense. I'm sorry about Terry, because I think Terry's a really good bloke, but I think your government got it wrong on this one. So and I won't be accepting your amendment because you don't actually understand farming either. Because it just makes a complete nonsense of anything to do with farming. Now, you've got, I could name all the farmers down towards Bristol, because I used to go on them, all right? How many of them have disappeared? And they haven't been sold for housing, which I would actually say, yeah, great, go and sell it for housing. Out between Gloucester and, say, Thornbury, Bath, how many actual big estates are there? There's none. So they haven't been sold for housing. A lot of them are left fallow, I'll tell you that now, because they can't afford. I remember where the Gold Cattle Market was, Mr. Perry, Sevenside. I used to get in a boat and row to his place. All right, he's not there no more. It's just left fallow. These places need to be nurtured. They need to be inherited without all this silly death duties, because they're not making money out of it, farmers. How many farmers you see in a great big Jag or something like that? No, it's the Land Rover with all the bales of hay in the back. It's the company car. So please, please, can you support this? Because otherwise we will have an absolute dire food shortage in this country. You lose 10% of farming, right? That's 20% of our actual food production in this country. We only produce 50% of what we use now. We need more farmers, not less. So please, please vote to scrap this tax, and you can see how the farmers are upset about it. They actually drove tractors to London now. That takes a day or two, because they're not exactly the fastest things on the planet. But please, please support the farmers and get rid of this tax. It's just ridiculous.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Your seconder is Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak now or reserve the right?
No, I'd just like to speak now, please.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, as Councillor Lewis said, we are increasingly living in an era of food insecurity. Climate change and political upheaval is seriously affecting food production in a wide variety of countries. It is imperative that we do all we can to facilitate homegrown food. To quote from the UK Food Security Report of 2021, the UK currently produces about 60% of its domestic food consumption by economic value, part of which is exported. This means that just under half the actual food on our plates is produced in the UK, including grains, meat, dairy and eggs, unquote. This change to inheritance tax relief will almost certainly cause farming families who inherit a farm to sell off part of the land to settle the tax bill, and there will be a high chance that the land they sell will no longer be in food production. Much has been said that prior to this tax relief being introduced in 1984, farmers did not have to sell off land to pay bills, so why should they now? However, land values in just the last 20 years have quadrupled. Farmers are frequently asset-rich but have very low cash reserves. Recent increases in the cost of fuel have hit them hard. In addition, fertiliser prices have trebled between 2021 and 2022. These factors and more have caused farmers to use up their cash reserves just to continue to produce food. Gloucester is a historic market town and, as Andy said, is surrounded by family farms. We should be very concerned that changes to this tax will seriously impact on our local environment and on the high quality locally produced food. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Thank you. We have an amendment from the Liberal Democrat group. Councillor Wilson, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is going to be slightly contentious, I think. Like Andy, actually, my family, my mother's side, come from a family of farmers in the McAllisters, Glenavy, and they're still farming today, just beside Lough Neagh, beautiful place. So I've seen quite a few times how hard they work. My niece Rebecca's training to be a vet, and she went and work experience, and she was quite shocked about how hard that life is. So it is pretty hard, and that's why I get so frustrated that they're being used as political pawns in somebody else's battle. I'm sorry, but they are. And let's get real here. We've been shafting farming for decades. This isn't just something that's just happened now. The main villain of the piece was the supermarkets way back, because they have been using their purchasing power and they're screwing the farmers into the ground. When you get a farmer only earning about a penny for each loaf of bread or a penny for each block of cheese sold, something's seriously wrong here. And I suspect a lot of them in the dairy farms and milk are actually running at a loss because the supermarkets have got this power. And the thing is, nobody complained because everybody was getting cheap food. So nobody cared, but they should have cared because, as you said, farming is very important and it's very important for our food security. But of course, along came our friend, Mr. and Mrs. Brexit. And that's hit farming. That's hit farming in two ways. First of all, the EU subsidies. Do you remember Michael Gove and Boris Johnson promising the farmers that they would get the same subsidies after Brexit? They never did. And for a lot of the cases, that was 90% of their income. And of course, there's the trade barriers that were established after it, which is affecting, farms do export as well, but they can't do it anymore. And they also have to import vital ingredients, which also is very difficult these days, although the importing is a bit easier. If that wasn't bad enough, we came along before Liz Truss was the worst PM ever. She became the worst trade secretary ever. The deals that she negotiated with New Zealand and Australia, described by our own environment secretary as not a very good deal for the UK, is going to in the future lead to a lot of cheap beef imports from farms in Australia where their welfare standards are somewhat less strenuous than ours, and in a lot of cases they're also hormone induced as well. That's going to put our farms out of business. The same with New Zealand. Both of those countries cannot believe the luck, what they've got, because we were so weak, we were so desperate for a trade deal, we negotiated and we sold our own farmers down the river. So, it didn't just start with this inheritance tax rise. Incidentally, up until 1992, there was inheritance tax, but a lot of farmers didn't go out of business then. But the problem is, I actually have a lot of sympathy for the farmers because agricultural land has gone up too much in value. And what's the reason for that? Is because we all know too many people are buying it as a way of avoiding tax. It's a loophole. Now, I agree that that loophole has to be tackled, and I think what the Labour government are doing is right in spirit, but what they're doing it the wrong way. This isn't going to work. And what I suggest and what I put in the motion is, if you go somewhere like France, and incidentally, France is fully sufficient in food. The value of their agricultural land is worth a fraction of what it is in this country. And one of the reasons is that it's not a tax dodge there. You cannot be classified as a farmer for tax reason unless a local administrator decides that you are a fit person to run a farm. A lot of the people who bought the farms in this country as investments and maybe do a bit of token farming on the side, they wouldn't qualify for this in France. And maybe that's what Labour should have done rather than doing what they're doing now. Because unfortunately, there is a lot of farms that have been stuck in the middle and they will be badly affected by this. So I don't think, I think, we should write to them as a council and say, look, can you please look at this again? It's not good for the farms. It's not good for the farms in Gloucestershire. And we should look at what other people are doing and maybe adopt their practices. So I don't agree with the campaign because I think it's politically influenced and it's cynical. And I think the farms are just being used. The other thing is there was a big march of farmers in London in March of this year. Anybody remember that? It wasn't about this. It was about all the reasons that I've talked about. This is just one thing that a certain party is jumping on and they're just exploiting, and it's just too cynical. So I cannot support the motion as it is, but I would urge you to support the amendment. Many thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Hilton, do you wish to speak now or reserve the right?
I'm going to reserve the right.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hilton. Is the amendment accepted by the mover of the motion? No. Okay. You did. So can we now debate on the amendment, please? Who would like to start? Councillor Stephanie Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I've got a lot of farming friends, probably as most people in this room. We live in Gloucester, we're surrounded by farms. We all probably know farmers. There's one thing that most of us can do in this room. There's not a lot we can change, but there is one thing we can do in this room, and that's to buy British if we've got the money. And it's not always that much more expensive if you go to the local farm shops and things. So we can buy British, and that's something we can all do in this chamber today if we want to. There's some misconception, and yes, there may be a tax dodge in regards to land. There's lots, but the farmers I know, the dads don't retire. They work until they drop down. The mums don't retire. They are working on the farms and supporting in lots of ways. The sons, the daughters, they don't sit down and have a Christmas meal without it being interrupted and a few of them having to run out. They work really hard. And this misconception of farmers are just rich landowners, there may be a few, but I don't think it's the norm. So we need to support our farmers. We need our food security, and I, for one, would definitely support more food security, buying British, and just keeping our farms going in every way. Because there's one thing we all need, and that's food. We live in a very difficult place in the world at the moment. We can't always rely on international trade. We need to be more self-sufficient, and that's why I think it is important. And there are issues for farmers that were before this and will come after. It's a difficult business for them. It is one of the most highly regulated services in this country. They have to, rightly so, our food should be right, but, they're not just, they are working hard, paperwork, physical work, day in, day out, and we need to recognise that and support that. And the farmers that I know, the children that work on that farms, they can't afford to pay these taxes, and their farms will go out of business. They try to diversify and do other bits as well, but they are majority food producing. So we really need to support them in every way.
Thank you, Councillor Stephanie Chambers. Councillor Pullen, please.
Going to the left. at ONS, Declan had a habit of making the points that I wanted to make, and he's done it again this evening. Thank you, Declan. I'm a rural lad from a rural community. And I know, and I had an awful lot of friends who were farmers, sons and daughters of farmers. And a lot of the farms where I come from down in Dursley were estate farmers, either owned by the Berkeley estate, the Beaufort estate, the Duchy of Cornwall. They were estate farmers. They won't pay any of the tax. They don't own those farms. The landowners would. There are no farms, despite the point that you made, in the city of Gloucester. I made some inquiries earlier to an officer, and the answer was there are no farms in the city in individual ownership, apart from a farm at Severnside, which is owned in small plots. Actually, that's not correct. There is St James City Farm in Barton and St Wood. And I don't think for one reason somehow they're going to be liable for the tax. Let's look at some facts, shall we please? Because there's myths going on and there are facts. Farms up to £1 million will not be affected and expected to pay tax. If there are two partners in a marriage, each can claim £1 million. If there is property involved, £1 million again will count. That makes 3 million. No one will pay inheritance tax up to that figure. Get the facts correct. If you do, and if you are liable for inheritance tax, you will pay 20%, not 40% that everyone else pays, and you will be given 10 years to pay that tax. No one's going to clobber you for a tax straight away. You will be given the opportunity to pay that. As I said, an awful lot of farms are tenant farms and not given and won't apply. So this is not an attack on farmers. There is a crisis in farming. It's an issue of inheritance tax, which is quite different from the crisis in farming. The crisis in farming has been brought on by many years, as Declan quite rightly said, Brexit, and then doing deals by the Conservative government with Australia and New Zealand. Get real. There is a farming crisis, but it is not related to inheritance tax. And those people who are massive estate owners, never mind the individual farmers, they are being asked to pay, but only 20%, not 40%.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor Patel, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the Labour government has conned the electorate. They promised change, and they have given us change for the worse, as I've said before. They've been brutal and shown no mercy whatsoever. Now it's farmers, bus passengers, university students, pensioners, independent schools. Who's going to be next? Let's not forget pensioners and their scrapping of the winter fuel allowance, just at a time when energy prices have gone up. We just heard 2 days ago that inflation has gone up to 2.3% in the year to October. As I said, energy prices have gone up. Cost of living has worsened. Homelessness is on the rise, as we found out today as well. It's common sense. It is. It really is. Farmers work immensely hard, work crazy hours, unsociable hours, weekends, early mornings. And it's very sad to see farmers attacked with these new taxes. What we're going to see as a result is either farms are going to start disappearing due to affordability issues, food and milk prices going up. And what's that going to do? That's only going to exacerbate the cost of living crisis even further and lead to more deprivation in our cities, in wards like mine, which are already deprived wards like Matson. That's what we're going to see. For Councillor Pullen to stand there and give us his lecture, of course he's going to say that. It's his government. It's his MP that voted for this. So of course he's going to give us his side of the story. But ultimately, we need to support our farmers. As Councillor Chambers, Steph Chambers says, we need to support British farmers. That's the bottom line. And I totally get what Declan has said. Some of the points he's made, absolutely valid points. It's not a crisis that's happened now. It's been happening for a long time. But this is a moment of do or die. And with this, I think, sadly, many farms will disappear. So please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Shervey, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I grew up in Tewkesbury, so lots of farms around there. And if I didn't say something about friends that are farmers, I think they wouldn't be overly happy with me. So the attack on farmers have been going on for generations. It's not a new thing, is it? We all sort of agree with that. And I think DEFRA has a big part to play in this by not dredging the ditches, which then causes arable land to flood and takes the land out of food production. Brexit, which has already been mentioned. Removals of the subsidies makes a major impact on the viabilities of farmers, and it's just a knock-on effect over and over again. And like I said, this has been going on for so long that the government has not changed the subsidies that were lost due to Brexit, which essentially makes British food more expensive than importing. Hence why everybody probably goes to Lidl and Aldi, because it's cheaper. It shouldn't be. We should be buying British. The problem with the Labour attack is it will mainly affect small generational farmers, and that's the ones that we really need to support. I totally agree with that we should tax the rich and the ones that have just grabbed land for the benefits that it gives them. Totally get that. We probably should. But as Andy has said, the big misconception that all farmers are wealthy. They're not. They've got lots of land. Land's worth lots of money, but they've got absolutely no money. I see it whenever I go to my friend's farm in Tewkesbury. They're going to be hit dramatically by this because it's not going to be handed down to a sibling. It's split between two brothers. And that £2-3 million won't be split that way. This doesn't work. I asked them for some figures that they had, and they said about back in March, I think they said the price of milk was 35p a litre, but it cost them 37p to produce. So they're immediately at a loss. And like I said, even if it was one family, it's cost of a tractor, £100 combine, £500,000. I think it was about £30,000 a hectare as well. So it doesn't take much just to really tot up that figure. So if we fail to protect family farms in particular, they will just be going out of business, and they are, at the end of the day, the countryside stewards. So we should really protect our farmers.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councillor Shervey. Councillor Alistair Chambers, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really don't know what's going on. First, hourly pensioners' winter fuel tax. Now farmer tax. What's next? Labour's orphan tax. The Labour Great Party, the Labour Party Great Farm Heist is what I call it. And today we're gathering to discuss not anything positive. We're not here to gather harvest crops, but more likely to shift through the famine left by the Labour's 2024 autumn budget. They planted something, all right, just not what we ordered. I'm talking about the brand new family farm tax, or as I like to call it, how to ruin and destroy generations of farmers in one easy step. It seems that Labour has decided that farms aren't really family heirlooms anymore, and now they're apparently luxury items like a second yacht or gold-plated jacuzzi. How else could you justify slapping a hefty inheritance tax on the one thing we've spent generations working to keep in the family? And at least not forget how they framed it. An important step towards tax fairness. Fairness, yes, because what could be fairer than taxing a son or daughter for inheriting a herd of cows with a broken tractor? Imagine Tom inheriting his family's dairy farm, his dream of carrying on his farmer's legacy, but now thanks to the Labour tax hike, or tax raid rather, Tom isn't thinking about milking cows. He's trying to figure out how he can afford to keep them and pay the debt off over the next 10 years. The only thing he's likely to inherit now is lifetime subscription to financial debt and stress. And the timing couldn't be worse. Inflation is up, fuel prices are sky high. Now the Labour government decided, you know what, farmers need a little extra pressure. They've had it too easy. But don't worry, Labour assures us this is about reform and redistribution. That's politicians speak for. We're taking it, and you can deal with it. It's as if they think farms are just sitting around, growing money trees. Spoiler alert, Labour, they're not. The only thing they're growing fast now on a farm is significant debt, thanks to your manifesto. Now, I'll admit it, it takes skill to seamlessly tax people at their farms while claiming you're helping the countryside. That's multitasking at a level even most seasoned farmers could manage. So here's my message to the Labour government. If you tax away future of family farms, what's going to grow your food? Who's going to grow your food? Who's going to manage the land? It won't be big corporations, you know, the ones you conveniently seem to dodge taxes altogether. No, it'll be the farmers who lose out, the very people who have fed this country through thick and thin. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're not just fighting a tax here, we're fighting our way of life, our Gloucestershire way of life. So let's prow ahead, let's stand the ground, and let's tell Labour where they can stick their family tax farm. And I'll tell you what, this is absolutely appalling. I've got a lot of farmer friends, and they don't even celebrate Christmas. Their assets might be rich, but as Andy Lewis said, they're cash strapped, and I think this is absolutely horrific. You are destroying farming like you've destroyed elderly pensions, winter and Christmas. It's absolutely shocking. Andrew Gravel, the West Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. So we now come back to, oh, I beg your pardon. Councillor Radley.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I will be brief. My grandmother was 103. She has recently died. When she first was married, she bought a farm with her husband. They farmed. Then they bought another farm. And that was just the way that it was, because agricultural land was used because it was farmed. It was a living. It's hard work. Both sets of my grandparents were farmers. Like the trend, I have nothing to do with the land because there's been a great move away from working the land. So this is a very difficult thing because we need to protect those farmers. So the price of agricultural land is getting in the way of actual farming. So I have sympathy for what the Labour government is trying to achieve, but that mechanism might not be the best way forward. The other thing I'd just like to draw our attention to, especially to the double hatters in the room, you are powerful because you can protect the county farms. They are a vital way of bringing new people into the farming industry, and they are under your control. I've recently attended it was called a sustainable food gathering, where there were people who are looking at the food systems and trying to fix them. We are in the ridiculous situation where we have farmers who have a product to sell, people in our city who want good quality, decent food, and there's a mismatch. So it's a joy to see that there are people to try and fix our broken food system, which answers some of the questions that we're talking about and we're raising here. It was lovely to hear about county farms producing milk being sold back to the schools, which are again a county asset, reducing carbon, value in the supply chain. So even though this is a difficult situation and this is a very difficult issue, it is something that we have local control over. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Radley. So I think, Councillor Jones.
Having worked in manufacturing before chickens polluted the River Wye, it is right the equalisation of income tax and inheritance taxes takes place. Farmers have some top gear. No fertilisers from Big Pharma. Blair, Blair, Blair in the country from the Lord of the Manor.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. So we're coming back now to Councillor Hilton, if you'd like to make a closing speech on the amendment, please.
I think it's quite late now. Madam Mayor, I just encourage members to vote for the amendment. Or if they don't want to vote for the amendment, abstain so we can get the amendment through.
Councillor Lewis.
Councillor Lewis, How
I
do you respond?
agree to a certain extent with what Declan said, but it actually started in 1980 something when the Milk Marketing Board was defunct by Europe. So that was a Brexit which they cocked up completely. Now the farmers then got together with Northern Foods and various groups. Arla, you've heard of Arla? Yeah. It's all farmers owned because they have to. Tesco's, which I used to work for, bless their cotton socks, they actually look after the farmers now because they realise if there's no farmers, there's no food, there's no product. So the big thing about supermarkets, that's gone because they suddenly realise they can't do without the farmers. Now, I know I said it was on about the 20% and whatever. It's not a great deal, no. Yeah, but it's that 20% that makes them viable or not viable. And that's the thing. Now, we're on about up to 3 million, the 2 partners and all the rest of it, and this, that, and the other. That's pittance for any farm. If you add in the land, a couple of combines, 2 tractors, a couple of Land Rovers or something like that, which actually just makes the farm function, suddenly you've got 3 million, thank you very much. Then you're paying tax. So then, if they can't make it work, suddenly you've got no farm. You've got nobody coming in at the bottom end. You can go to Hartpury and learn how to be a farmer, but no farmer to go to. But then, how do you learn to be a farmer? 100 hours a week in the cold, wet, miserable weather, calving a cow, doing the lambing, milking, whatever. None of us here, and even I, you worked in the industry, it's damned hard work, and it's the hardest industry you lot will ever come across, I'll tell you that. And do they get any thanks for it? No. Christmas Day, you got to do the milking first, then you see if somebody's calving, and then you feed the calves and all the rest. You might get in about 1, 2 o'clock, then what do you want to do? You want to fall asleep because you're absolutely shattered. Then you've got to go out and milk again. It's hard, damn work, and we should protect every single one who actually wants to do that. Because none of us here would want to do it, to be perfectly honest, because we've got relatively cushy lives. But a farmer hasn't. He's got no choice. When it's snowing, raining, hailstorm, whatever, he's got to go out in it. He's got to do the job. So I agree to a certain extent to where you come with the amendment, but I don't think it's robust enough. You know, we've got to protect these people and protect our food and just protect our country. So see the little red tractor or the blue tractor or whatever it is? Buy that. It'll be good quality, regulated food, not come from abroad where it's not as regulated. I had major problems with France coming in with veal and milk comes in. The whole of the southeast is run by milk from France. Do we want that? No. It should be our milk. Denmark send over all the pigs they've got. Bacon and whatever. So why don't we grow it in this country? So anyway, I'd ask you to support the whole thing of what I put forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. So we're now going to vote on the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions?
Hang on, I didn't count then.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Keep your hands up again for those against.
Okay. So the amendment's lost.
The amendment is lost. Okay. So now we're going to go back to debate on the motion.
Is there any debate?
Any more debate on the motion, or have we kind of covered everything?
In which case, Councillor Lewis, does he want to sum up?
Councillor Lewis, would you like to sum up then, please? So now we vote on the motion. All those in favour? Anyone against? And any abstentions?
Motion's carried.
Okay. The motion is carried. So, to those of you who I won't see now before January, have a wonderful Christmas and all the very best for the new year. And I'll see you all in 2025. Thank you.